Hello, this is Rebecca, Life with the Fritz, and today I am going to be reading the first chapter of a book that I feel is very important. I have recommended it over the course of the last 10 years to people that I know. I don't know how many people have read it, but I just feel the need to basically have an educational on this. The book is Preventing Violence by James Gilligan. And I'm going to read the inside of the cover just to give you a quick rundown on what it's about. And then I'm going to start reading the first chapter. And I guess I'll just give a little synopsis of how I feel about the first chapter, what I think about it at the end. And you'll have to excuse the background noise because I live on a busy street and I have children. It's very hot. I have the fan on. I'm sweaty. No better time than the present, though. It's something I've been wanting to do for a while. Okay. In this controversial and compassionate book, the distinguished American psychiatrist James Gilligan proposes a radically new way of thinking about violence and how to best prevent it. Violence is most often addressed in moral and legal terms. How evil is this action and how much punishment does it deserve? Unfortunately, this way of thinking, the basis for our legal and political institutions, does nothing to shed light on the causes of violence. So it's basically treating the symptom, not the cause. Violent criminals have been Gilligan's teachers, and he has been their student. Prisons are microcosms of the societies in which they exist, and examining them in detail, we can learn about society as a whole. Gilligan suggests treating violence as a public health problem. He advocates initiating radical social and economic change to attack the root causes of violence, focusing on those at increased risk of becoming violent, and dealing with those who are already violent as if they were in quarantine, rather than simply incarcerating them for reasons of punishment and revenge. The 20th century was steeped in violence. If we try to understand the violence of individuals, we may come to prevent the collective violence that threatens our future far more than all the individual crimes put together. Now, I think that this is an especially relevant book. Today is the 21st of June, and there's been rioting, there's been protesting all over the country in regards to the death of George Floyd. And in that respect, I think that this is the perfect time to start examining the whys and the root causes underneath the societal problems that we're experiencing right now. Okay. Introduction: two approaches to preventing violence. For the past 4 millennia, since the time of the first lawgivers, Hammurabi and Moses, Dracon and Solon, Plato and Aristotle, Cicero and Justinian, humanity has been engaged in a great social experiment, testing the hypothesis that we could prevent violence, or at least diminish its scale and intensity, by labeling it evil and criminal, ordering people not to engage in it, and then when they commit acts of violence anyway, retaliating with more violence of our own, which we call punishment and justice. Now, 4,000 years is long enough to test any hypothesis. And the results of this experiment have been in for a long time. This means of attempting to prevent violence, which I will call the traditional moral and legal approach, far from solving the problem of violence or even diminishing the threat it poses to our continued survival, has in fact been followed by a continued escalation of the frequency and intensity of violence to the point that the century we have just survived has been the bloodiest in all human history, with more humans killing other humans than in all previous centuries combined. Worse yet, we have now achieved, through a deliberate effort, the technological ability to kill everyone on Earth, thus becoming the first species in evolutionary history to be in danger of bringing about its own extinction, unless we can increase our ability to prevent violence far more effectively than we have for the past 4,000 years. Given that the approach used for the past 4 millennia has been such a total failure, indeed has been so counterproductive, resulting in more rather than less violence, the beginning of a new millennium would seem to be an auspicious moment to consider replacing that ancient strategy with a radically new and different one. Clearly you can tell that this was written around 2000. That is why I welcome the invitation to contribute to these series of books on the major challenges and opportunities, the major problems and most promising solutions that we can anticipate during the coming millennium, and to bring to bear on the most important problem a perspective derived from the human sciences. Many judges and legal scholars, and even some legislators, agree that there is a need to question many of the law's traditional assumptions and practices, and are working to bring the criminal justice system into the 21st century. For example, there are many experiments with attempts to replace retributive with restorative justice, and to develop new concepts such as therapeutic jurisprudence, alternative sentencing schemes, drug courts, and so on, as I'll discuss at greater length in Chapter 7. On a larger scale, many national governments and even international bodies like the United Nations and the International Criminal Tribunal in The Hague are trying to discover or invent new bases for negotiating an end to collective violence in all its forms: genocide, war crimes, totalitarianism, racial discrimination, ethnic cleansing, and so on, for repairing the physical and psychological trauma those forms of violence leave in their wake, and for preventing new outbreaks of them through truth and reconciliation commissions, selective amnesty policies, peacekeeping missions, abandonment of traditional notions of national sovereignty, and so on. They are engaging in these social and legal experiments in the only way that we have ever been able to develop successful new strategies for living together, namely, slowly, painfully, controversially, by trial and error, and in an atmosphere of humility and open debate rather than of vengeance and self-righteousness. In other words, the issue I'm raising here is not a debate between law and psychiatry, as much as a debate that is going on within the law itself, which, to its credit, has given it more attention than most psychiatrists have, with many judges, law schools, and schools of government and public policy welcoming contributions from several different disciplines. And here I'll stop to say that crimes followed a pendulum, or how to handle crime has followed a pendulum pattern, where it's tough on crime, then it's soft on crime, tough on crime, soft on crime, going back and forth, depending on how long the cycle is and all that kind of stuff. Sorry. Many of the judges, attorneys, government officials, legislators, law enforcement professionals, and prison administrators with whom I have worked over the past 30 years are clearly aware of the massive shortcomings and failures of our traditional ways of attempting to cope with the dangers to which the human propensity for violence exposes us all. The only question is, with what can we replace them? That is what I will try to outline in what follows. In this short book, I will make no attempt to provide a comprehensive survey of the many specific community initiatives proposed for preventing violence. Excellent compendia and summaries are already available. They can also be found increasingly on the internet. For example, the Center in Colorado for the Study and Prevention of Violence at the University of Colorado Boulder has identified 10 highly effective violence prevention programs sufficient to provide a nucleus for a national violence prevention initiative and 17 promising programs. Nor have I attempted to write a how-to or a cookbook approach summarizing step-by-step recipes for putting together any one program. I have two worries about much of what passes for violence prevention in the literature on this subject, apart from such thoughtful treatments as those referred to above. The first is that we are in danger of forgetting that when we talk about preventing violence, we are not talking about something that can be solved with gimmicks. We are not talking about techniques. We are talking about whether and how we and other human beings can learn to live with each other and even to want to live with each other. And I mean live as opposed to die, for that is the only other choice where violence is concerned. But that is too profound a question to be answered by anything other than a radical rethinking of the most basic principles on which our social life is based. We are in danger of not seeing the forest, or more to the point, of not noticing that the forest as a whole is being destroyed as we talk, if we get distracted by examining 1,000 different little trees. As David Downs has written in Crime, 1995, some social crime prevention projects have been mounted, but despite some successes, they tend to be too localized, short-term, and underfunded to make a lasting impact. Tony Blair's formulation, tough on crime, tough on the causes of crime, is greatly to be preferred, but rests on the premise that we can sort out the confusion about what those causes are and then agree on how to tackle them. Meanwhile, being tough on crime, the traditional moral and legal approach, which is more expensive and, if anything, exacerbates the problem, takes priority by default. You cannot stop a hemorrhage with Band-Aids, however many you apply. For a hemorrhage, you need major surgery. And this is why people talk about abolishment instead of reform, by the way. And I worry that as we fritter away our time and energies debating the minutiae of small-scale, do-it-yourself type community initiatives, the patient will bleed to death. Naturally, those who do not want major change would prefer to restrict the conversation to timid, half-hearted preventative efforts. They maintain that we cannot afford to do what preventing violence will require, or that the voters, who in the meantime are not being educated, will not support it, so that this whole argument becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Meanwhile, no expense or cruelty is spared in the effort to inflict as much pain as possible on those whom we use as scapegoats for our own massive failure to create a real family of humankind, namely a viable social and economic system. As the authors of one of the best and most comprehensive evaluations of violence prevention programs put it, communities are the central institution for crime prevention, the stage on which all other institutions perform. Families, schools, labor markets, retail establishments, police, and corrections must confront the consequences of community life. Much of the success or failure of these other institutions is affected by the community context in which they operate. Our nation's ability to prevent serious violent crime may depend heavily on our ability to help reshape community life. The causes correlated with serious crime are basic and interconnected, while the programs are superficial and piecemeal. For most of this century, community crime prevention programs have failed to tackle the governmental policies and market forces that fuel inner-city violence. Ironically, a central tenet of community prevention programs has been the empowerment of local community leaders to design and implement their own crime prevention strategies. This philosophy may amount to throwing people overboard and then letting them design their own life preserver. The scientific literature shows that the policies and market forces causing criminogenic community structures and cultures are beyond the control of neighborhood residents, and that empowerment does not include the power to change those policies. It is one thing, for example, for tenants to manage the security guards in a public housing project. It is another thing entirely to let tenants design a new public housing policy and determine where in a metropolitan area households with public housing support will live. Thus, the major causes of community crime problems are like handcuffs, locking a community into a high crime rate. The most frequently evaluated community-based crime prevention programs do not attempt to break those handcuffs. Rather, they operate inside those constraints, attempting small wins within the limited range of risk factors they can manipulate. But until the handcuffs of race-based politics themselves are unlocked, systematic racism, many analysts expect relatively few major improvements from programs addressing only the symptoms of those constraints. Or, to paraphrase Jeremiah, our false prophets cry, community, community, but we have no community. Our first task then, before we can even begin to think about preventing violence, is to learn how to create something that would actually be a community. That is why I've concentrated in this book on developing a new way of thinking about preventing violence, rather than simply providing recipes as to how to replicate one program or another that's been tried somewhere already. The gift of a fish only feeds us for a day, and we really need to learn how to fish. So instead of limiting myself to the facts of what people have done so far, I will attempt to see if we can discover some basic principles underlying the causes and prevention of violence so that we will all be in a better position to originate new ideas and approaches and to evaluate those that have already been proposed or implemented by others, as well as those that will only exist in the future. One more century in which the human capacity to commit individual murders and other crimes, and also mass murder, genocide, and war crimes, increases as explosively as it did during the past century, and we may not survive for as long as another millennium. Either we will learn to end violence as a means of resolving disputes and pursuing goals during the coming century, or it will end us. So very true. The old approach, the traditional moral and legal approach, has not only failed to solve the problem, it has actually made it worse. Its failure is so total that the question of whether or not we should continue it is no longer even debatable. The moral and legal approach is not merely bankrupt theoretically, it is positively dangerous in practical terms. Why has the traditional approach been such a total failure? There are many reasons, of which I will mention two. Is the criminal law based on a huge mistake? The first reason is that we cannot learn what causes violence and how we could prevent it as long as we are thinking in the traditional moral and legal terms. The only questions that this way of thinking can ask take the form: how evil or heroic was this particular act of violence, and how much punishment or reward does the person who did it deserve? But even if it were possible to gain the knowledge that would be necessary to answer these questions, which it is not, answers would still not help us in the least to understand either what causes violence or how we could prevent it. These are empirical, not moral questions. It is only by approaching violence from the point of view of empirical disciplines as a problem in public health and preventative medicine, including social and preventative psychiatry and psychology, that we can acquire knowledge as to the causes and prevention of violence by engaging in clinical, experimental, and epidemiological research on violent and non-violent behavior, the people who behave in those ways, and the circumstances under which they do so. I have devoted much of my professional life to doing exactly that, and this book about preventing violence, like its predecessor on the causes of violence, Gilligan, Violence, 1996, will consist of summarizing for you what I saw and heard in the course of more than 30 years of participating in, directing, and evaluating violence prevention programs with the most violent people that our society produces. In order to conduct this research, I used my laboratory, so to speak, one institution in our society, I used as my laboratory, one institution in our society which contains, by deliberate purpose, a pure culture of violence, namely the prison. Prisons are intended, after all, as the receptacles in which we isolate those individuals, mostly men, whom we have identified as the most extremely and unacceptably violent. My friends and colleagues often ask me why I chose to work in such terrible places as prisons and the prison mental hospital, and with patients who are dangerous and with whom it is hard to sympathize, when I already had a comfortable private practice and a teaching position at the Harvard Medical School. I would answer by paraphrasing the bank robber Willie Sutton, who replied when asked why he robbed banks, because that's where the money is. I worked in the prisons because that's where the violence is. It's where the violent people are. And that was what I was interested in and wanted to understand better. I do not know how one could learn why people become violent or what we can do to prevent violence, except by working on those problems with violent people. I can think of no better laboratory in which to investigate those subjects and in which to observe at first hand, from the inside, literally, the whole apparatus of crime and punishment in the criminal justice system. So when I contrast the traditional moral and legal way of thinking with the approach of public health and preventative medicine, I am not speculating or speaking as a philosopher engaging in abstract theorizing. This is an intensely practical and down-to-earth difference with real consequences for real people, with which I was confronted on a daily basis for many years. For example, I have testified in scores of courtroom trials of people charged with murder and other violent crimes as an expert witness whose job was to perform psychiatric evaluations of the defendants. I could not have had a more intensive exposure to the differences in the kinds of questions that are asked by the legal system when we approach violence as a moral and legal problem. For example, does this defendant have an evil mind, a mens rea? The moral value judgment that is a precondition for finding of legal guilt, versus the kinds of questions we are prompted to ask when we think of violence as a problem in public health and preventative medicine. For example, what led this man to commit such a violent act? And or what interaction of biological, psychological, and social forces caused him to harm someone, and what can we do to decrease the likelihood that he and others will behave that way in the future? There were times in the courtrooms and prisons in which I did my work when I felt as though I had somehow been transported by mistake back into the Middle Ages, when people still thought that evil, like its mythical embodiment and namesake, the devil, was an objective thing that actually existed independently of our subjective feelings. All right, so before you're rudely interrupted, I was reading the introduction to Preventing Violence by James Gilligan as an educational video. So I'm going to pick up where I left off. There's not a whole lot of memory left on my phone, and it's going to be a minute before I'll have better memory. So I hope shall continue. There were times in the courtrooms and prisons in which I did my work when I felt as though I had somehow been transported by mistake back into the Middle Ages, when people still thought that evil, like its mythical embodiment and namesake, the devil, was an objective thing that actually existed independently of our subjective feelings and thoughts, rather than a word we all too often use to rationalize, justify, and conceal from ourselves and others our own violence toward those we hate and wish to punish. The more we have taken that approach to the evil minds in our midst, the people we call criminals, the more we have acted like medieval inquisitors who believed that we could exorcise this evil from our midst only by torturing all the evil people, burying them alive, or burning them at the stake, for which we in the U.S. today have substituted stun guns, total solitary confinement for years at a time in underground tombs called supermax prisons, and electric chairs. All this so that we could call ourselves compassionate executioners rather than recognizing how close we are to engaging in our own version of the dungeon, torture chamber, and auto da fe of times past. Once we've labeled someone as evil, there is often no limit to the cruelty and violence we can feel justified in administering to him, including the forms of torture and human sacrifice to which I have just referred, all of which are increasingly widely mandated by American legislatures, enforced by American courts, and practiced in American prisons toward men, women, and increasingly children and the retarded, all in the name of morality, law, and justice. Because of its continuing and even increasing use of prolonged total solitary confinement, stun guns, and capital punishment, the U.S. criminal justice system was condemned in May 2000 by the United Nations Committee Against Torture and has many times been found in violation of the UN's minimum standards for the treatment of prisoners. Ironically, the criminals I see evaluate and justify their own violence, the torture and hostage-taking and human sacrifices they commit, by means of exactly the same kinds of moral value judgments that our legal system uses. The bitch deserved it, or the son of a bitch deserved it. For a quarter of a century, from 1967 through 1992, I worked in the Massachusetts prisons, first as a psychotherapist as part of my training in psychiatry, then as medical director of the prison mental hospital for the criminally insane, and finally as director of mental health services for the prison system as a whole. During the 1970s, I directed a team of mental health professionals from a teaching hospital of the Harvard Medical School, where I was director of the Institute of Law and Psychiatry in providing psychiatric evaluations and treatment at the prison mental hospital. During that same time, the Massachusetts prisons in which we had no presence were a virtual war zone. In the 600-man maximum security prison, or maximum insecurity prison as we called it, in addition to riots, there were periods in which there was an average of a murder a month and a suicide every 6 weeks. The decade as a whole ended with a total of more than 100 violent deaths at that one prison alone. And throughout all the prisons, there was an epidemic of homicides, suicides, riots, arson, gang rapes, hostage-taking, and self-mutilation, prisoners gouging their eyes out, cutting off their genitals, pulling out their toenails, swallowing razor blades, in which prisoners, prison staff, and visitors were being killed or grievously injured. In response to those conditions, lawyers representing inmates who had been injured or killed sued the state prison authorities in federal court. The investigation that followed determined that much of this violence was precipitated by untreated, undiagnosed mental illness, much of which was itself precipitated or at least exacerbated by conditions within the prisons, the sensory deprivation and social isolation produced by prolonged solitary confinement, the pervasive atmosphere of terror and overwhelming stress leading to post-traumatic symptoms and syndromes, and a great deal of pre-existing chronic mental illness that had simply never been diagnosed or treated. Many of those who committed homicide and or suicide had been actively hallucinating, delusional, or showing other symptoms of psychosis at the time of their violence. But it would hardly be an exaggeration to say that in such a violent environment, the prisoners would almost have to be paranoid in order to be in touch with reality. They really did have enemies and they really were in danger. In fact, if one were trying to design a system for deliberately making people paranoid and violent, one could hardly have come up with a more successful model. Because of the self-fulfilling nature of persecutory delusions, the person who believes he is surrounded by enemies behaving in such a hostile, aggressive way that others see him as their enemy and respond in kind, the whole situation became a vicious circle, violence leading to paranoia, leading to more violence. A familiar scenario for anyone who follows international relations and world politics, which is one reason why lessons learned in this microcosm may be relevant on a macrocosmic scale. The outcome of the class action suit was a consent decree in which the Department of Correction asked us to expand our provision of psychiatric services from the mental hospital to the entire prison system, and I became responsible for directing this program. Because of that complicated history, our mandate included not only the treatment of mental illness, but in effect, the prevention of violence. And our patients became not only the individuals whom we evaluated and treated, but the prison system itself. That is, the whole project became an exercise not just in clinical, but also in social, community, and preventative psychiatry, aimed at healing the pathology at the heart of the criminal justice system itself. I directed the program for 10 years, setting up a system of psychiatric emergency rooms and mental health clinics in each prison, and staffing them with members of the medical school faculty who were available in person or on call around the clock to provide crisis interventions, protective custody, suicide precautions, psychotherapy, psychopharmacology, transfers of prisoners to and from the prison mental hospital, and constant consultations to and training of the correctional staff. What were the results? We found that it is possible to prevent violence virtually anywhere, even in the most violent of environments, if you want to badly enough and are willing to devote sufficient time and effort to the task. During the first 5 years of our program, while we were still recruiting and training staff to work in this unique environment and learning from our own mistakes, there were no riots at any prison, though there were 2 serious hostage-taking incidents, both of which we were able to resolve without any deaths. No staff members or visitors were killed, though 7 inmates throughout the prison system as a whole died from homicide or suicide. During the second 5 years, there were no riots, no hostage-taking, and a total of 1 homicide and 2 suicides throughout the state prison system. That is, there were some full years with no violent deaths in any of the prisons. We can consider this program as an experimental confirmation of the hypothesis that it is possible to prevent all or almost all occurrences of the most serious forms of violence year after year, even in the most violent environments and among the most violent people in our society. That is the first principle it illustrated. The second principle is that it is possible to succeed at preventing violence only to the extent that we abolish the traditional moral and legal approach, which the prisons had been following up to that time. The more violent an inmate was, the more severely he would be punished, and the more severely he was punished, the more violent he would become. This endless, mutually self-defeating vicious circle kept both inmates and prison officers in a chronic state of war with each other, which was the opposite of what they both said they wanted. And of course, we make the same mistake on the scale of society as a whole, as in that microcosm of our society called a prison. The more violent people are in the community, the more severely we punish them, even killing some of them as an example to the others, and the more severely we punish them, the more violent they become, since they have learned to follow our own violent example. In place of moral condemnation and punishment, we attempted to learn how to understand why the prisoners and officers were behaving as they were, and to use that as the basis for all our interventions. Over time, we evolved several basic principles that governed our interactions with them, the most important of which I have summarized in Chapter 7. The second reason that the traditional moral and legal approach to violence actually stimulates violence rather than preventing it is because it is based on one huge mistake, namely an unquestioned assumption, which is not merely a factual error, but actually reverses the truth. The criminal justice system and all other institutions in our society, to the extent that they are based on moral ways of thinking, have not recognized or been capable of recognizing that this assumption is mistaken because it cannot be examined, criticized, or tested as long as one is thinking in moral terms, for it is not a moral assumption. Rather, it is an empirical assumption, namely the assumption that punishing those who commit violent acts will deter them and others from committing such acts in the future. In other words, the assumption that punishment, the deliberate infliction of pain, prevents violence. As long as we restrict ourselves to thinking in the traditional terms about punishment as a response to crime and violence, including war crimes, we find that the only kinds of questions we can ask are those that employ moral categories rather than empirical ones, such as, did the person deserve that punishment, or was it a just punishment? However, when one tests against empirical data, the assumption that punishment will prevent violence, by examining how people who are punished actually behave, one finds that far from preventing violence, punishment is the most powerful stimulus to violent behavior that we have yet discovered. I'm going to repeat that because it's really, really, really important. Punishment is the most powerful stimulus to violent behavior that we have yet discovered. And he adds, as I will document in Chapter 7, and as I have discussed in more detail in my article, Punishment and Violence 2000, and I encourage you to read all these papers. James Gilligan is now deceased, but his work is still available, and that is the beauty of the written word and recordings. Punishment does not prevent violence, it causes it, in addition to being a form of it. So it is not surprising that the moral and legal approach to violence has been followed by 4 millennia of constantly increasing levels of violence. Violence is a public health problem. But if punishment does not prevent violence, what does? In order to find answers to that question, to which most of the rest of this book will be devoted, it will be helpful, even necessary, to think about violence not as a moral and legal problem, but as a problem in public health and preventative medicine. We treat illnesses, we do not punish them. Bertrand Russell in Roads to Freedom, 1918, summarized the implications of that difference in approach in these words. When a man is suffering from an infectious disease, he is a danger to the community and it is necessary to restrict his liberty of movement. But no one associates any idea of guilt with such a situation. On the contrary, he is an object of commiseration to his friends. Such steps as science recommends are taken to cure him of his disease, and he submits as a rule without reluctance to the curtailment of liberty involved meanwhile. For example, the coronavirus and being locked down. The same method and spirit ought to be shown in the treatment of what is called crime. I will use the terms disease, illness, and pathology to refer to any force or process within. So I'm going to continue reading Preventing Violence by James Gilligan. This is an educational, and I'm using my laptop, so hopefully it will last this time. I use the terms disease, illness, and pathology to refer to any force or process within an organism or species that tends to bring death or disability to the organism or extinction to the species. Violence in all the forms just mentioned is, by that definition, a manifestation, form, or symptom of pathology or illness, at least as much as cancer and heart disease are. For it is a force or process within members of the human species that tends to bring death, disability, and potentially even extinction to them. Even self-extinction. This is true even though defensive violence can be a means, and in some circumstances may be the only means, of saving one's life or the lives of other potential victims of an aggressor. But if defensive violence can save life, how can it also be a symptom of pathology or illness? The answer is that it is a symptom of the pathology of the aggressor. It is caused and made necessary by the aggressor's behavior. The aggressor's violence meets my definition of pathology. It not only tends to bring injury or death to the victim, it also increases the risk of injury or death to the perpetrator, whose aggression is likely to provoke violence from the people being attacked. Those who live by the sword die by the sword, and usually at a younger age than those who are not habitually violent, shown by the repeated and hardly surprising observation that the lifespan of recurrently violent people is, on average, shorter than that of nonviolent ones. That is, in fact, one of the most direct forms of evidence that violence is a manifestation of disease. It shortens the lifespan on average, just as other diseases do, and it therefore conforms to my definition of disease. Preventing aggressive violence means preventing both forms of violence. We prevent defensive violence whenever we prevent aggressive violence. This book on preventing violence can be considered as a sequel to my earlier book, 1996, in which I discussed the causes of violence. It is the completion of the project that I began with that book. The first and most efficient step towards learning how to prevent any health problem is, when at all possible, to discover what causes it, so that we know what causes need to be removed or neutralized. In the first few chapters, I will recapitulate the conclusions regarding the causes of violence that I discussed at greater length in my earlier book. Once we know the causes, we can apply that knowledge to the issue of prevention in a very direct way, namely by learning what we have been doing that causes violence so that we will know what to stop doing. Implicit in this is the conclusion that violence does not occur spontaneously or without a cause. It only occurs when somebody does something that causes it. Therefore, all we need to do to prevent violence is to stop doing what we have been doing to cause it. If that idea seems strange at first, I would suggest that this is primarily because the causes of violence have not been sufficiently clearly recognized up to now. Like all illnesses, violence is caused by the interaction between biological, psychological, and social determinants. A point that has important implications for prevention, namely, since there are multiple causes, there can also be multiple forms of prevention. The basis of the public health approach is the distinction between the 3 levels of prevention: primary, secondary, and tertiary. Primary prevention refers to interventions that are applied to entire populations, regardless of their current health or relative risk of future illness. An example would be the discovery 150 years ago that cleaning up the water supply in the sewer system was far more effective in protecting the entire population against certain infectious diseases than all the doctors, medicines, and hospitals in the world. It has also been shown that reductions in absolute poverty, raising populations above the subsistence level, and once this has been achieved, reductions in relative poverty, achieving greater equality of wealth and income, have been far more responsible for the dramatic decreases in death rates and increases in longevity that have occurred over the past 2 centuries than improvements in medical treatment. It is still true, even in developed nations such as the UK and the US, that decreasing the degree of economic inequity between the rich and the poor is more effective in improving the health and longevity of the entire population than money spent on medical and surgical treatments. The US, for example, has the largest gaps in income and wealth between the rich and the poor of any developed country. One result of which is that even though it spends twice as much on healthcare as any of the others, it has among the lowest average life expectancies and the highest incidence of several major health problems. Exactly the same principles apply to the prevention of violence. I will summarize in Chapter 5 a number of social, economic, and political policies that have been shown to be far more effective in both absolute and relative cost-effectiveness terms in protecting the population against epidemics of violence than all the police, prisons, and punishments in the world. These are the principles of the primary prevention of violence. Secondary prevention consists of interventions that are aimed at these subgroups in the population that are at higher than average risk of a particular illness, although they have not yet developed any actual symptoms or disabilities. Examples from preventative medicine would be intervening to lower high serum cholesterol or high blood pressure before the people being treated have had heart attacks or strokes. In Chapter 6, I'll summarize some of the programs that have been shown to result in statistically significant reductions in the development of future violent behavior in people who are at a higher than average risk of both being victimized by violence and of committing it themselves, but who have not yet been involved in any serious violence compared with otherwise identical groups who have not had access to those programs. Groups that are at a higher than average risk include, for example, children of unmarried, uneducated, poverty-stricken teenage mothers, survivors of child abuse or other family violence, people addicted to alcohol, residents of high-crime neighborhoods, people who are uneducated and unskilled, high school students after school lets out, and people who involve themselves in one way or another with the illegal drug trade. Tertiary prevention refers to clinical medicine as opposed to preventative medicine per se. It consists of the medical treatments or therapies that are given to those who have already become clinically ill with a particular illness. In other words, the treatments provided to sick people by doctors through medicines and surgical procedures in clinics and hospitals. Why is treatment called prevention? Because its goal is to prevent an acute illness from becoming chronic or even fatal, and also to prevent the illness from spreading to people who do not yet have it, in the case of contagious diseases. When we apply these concepts to the study of violence, we can see that the places where the tertiary prevention of violence is pursued are the criminal courts and the system of police, prisons, and punishments, which traditionally have become involved only after someone has already become violent. I will discuss in Chapter 7 the kinds of programs and policies that have been demonstrated to work, and just as importantly, the ones that have been shown to fail in both inpatient settings and outpatient settings. I will also discuss the concept of anti-prison as a radical replacement for traditional models of prison design and practice and the reasons for recommending it. Tertiary prevention is only needed when primary and secondary prevention have failed. Indeed, the need for tertiary prevention only exists to the degree that we have failed to provide sufficient primary and secondary prevention. The fact that there is a need for tertiary prevention at all is a sign of that failure. The old saying that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure is demonstrably true. Applied to the subject of violence, we could say that an ounce of primary and secondary prevention are worth a megaton of cure. One of the major mistakes that both the medical healthcare system and the criminal justice system in the United States have made is to have invested far more money in personnel in tertiary than in primary and secondary prevention. For example, the U.S., the only developed nation that does not provide universal free health care for all of its citizens, lags far behind even many third world countries in rates of immunization of our children, and we lag behind every other developed nation in providing adequate prenatal care to expectant mothers, with the entirely predictable result result that we spend many more billions of dollars in the often ineffective attempt to rescue premature babies than we would need to spend on providing much less expensive and far more effective prenatal care. As a result, the U.S. not only spends twice as high a percentage of its gross national product on health care as every other developed nation does, but also has higher rates of maternal and infant mortality and morbidity. Exactly the same principle applies to the approach of violence in the U.S. The punishment and or rehabilitation of those who have already been so damaged that they have become violent is also far more expensive and less effective than preventing violence in the first place, and it causes far more suffering, not only to the perpetrators but also to the victims. We spend incomparably more money on police, prisons, punishments, and criminal courts than we do on providing the kinds of community services that have been demonstrated to achieve equal reductions in criminal violence for 1/5 of the price. As our prisons have become more and more crowded and costly, the waiting lists in our substance abuse centers have become longer and longer, despite the fact, or rather, as I will argue in the final chapter of this book, because of the fact that treatment is at least 5 times more effective than imprisonment, dollar for dollar, in preventing both substance abuse and the property crimes and violence associated with substance abuse. The point that I'm making is that these policies are neither in our rational self-interest, nor are they defensible even in the moral terms in which they are usually defended. Concern for victims, for the taxpayer, for law and order, for diminishing the harm done by drugs, for they only defeat us in our effort to achieve those ostensible goals. In that sense, the failure of the U.S. criminal justice policies bears an eerie resemblance to the failure of our healthcare policies. Just as we spend more on health than any other developed nation and achieve worse results, so we spend more on our criminal justice system and also achieve worse results, in fact, dramatically worse. For example, our imprisonment rates are 5 to 10 times higher than those of any other developed nation, and our death rates from murder are also 5 to 10 times higher. And I'll stop here and mention also that here in Detroit, we live across the river from Windsor, who has almost a 0 crime rate and almost a 0 murder rate. So it's strange that these problems can exist in this culture, and yet in the Canadian culture right across the river, literally, people leave their doors unlocked. They have just as many guns as we do, but they don't use them like we do. So these are culture differences and differences in governmental policy and treatment that essentially create schisms, and that's where we're at. Now, what are the practical implications of applying the tripartite model of preventative medicine to the problem of violence? The first is that there are many different approaches to preventing violence, all of which help and all of which are worth pursuing. Unfortunately, the more powerful and efficient, cost-effective they are, the more they are opposed by powerful political and economic forces, which is the major reason why violence continues to be such a major unsolved problem, especially in the U.S. and the developing world. For example, the political forces that oppose redistribution of wealth and income in the United States, not to mention the world as a whole, are much more powerful than those that support it, notwithstanding or perhaps in part of because of the fact that no policy has been found to be more effective in preventing violence. Does that mean we cannot do anything unless or until the political climate changes? The implication of the tripartite model of prevention that I am presenting here, which is simply the classical model of preventive medicine throughout the world, is that if you cannot implement one form of preventative medicine, you can implement another. In other words, if one or more of the strategies that I've listed under the category of primary prevention prove to be politically unfeasible for the foreseeable future, as I suspect almost all of them are at this point at the beginning of the third millennium, then we can always turn to those that might be more politically feasible now, including those categorized as secondary or tertiary. And if and when the various primary prevention strategies become more politically viable, they can again be pursued. But there is never a point at which we need to be so paralyzed as to do nothing. Another implication is that the prevention of violence is not an all or nothing matter. As with preventative medicine in general, success is almost always a matter of degree. Some illnesses, such as smallpox, it is true, have been completely eradicated throughout the world, and others, such as polio, in most developed countries. But even when we have not succeeded to that degree, anytime we reduce the incidence of a disease even partially, we have prevented all the cases of it that would have otherwise occurred. The same applies to violence, which is why the title of this book, Preventing Violence, is not meant to imply that we have to eradicate all violence in order to speak of having prevented some of it. On the other hand, I see no reason to rule out in advance the possibility of preventing at least the most dangerous and destructive forms of violence more or less completely, rather than merely reducing them. One reason I say that is because a few remarkable societies, if very few, but the fact that they exist at all shows that it is possible, have in fact succeeded in preventing virtually all lethal and life-threatening violence, as I will discuss in Chapter 5. And I will maintain that there is, in principle, no reason why we could not do the same thing on a worldwide basis, which is not at all the same as predicting that we will do it. The reason that there's a difference between what we could do and what we may, in fact, do instead is because preventing violence is not the only goal, or even the main goal, that many people want to pursue. There are costs we'd have to pay and benefits we would have to sacrifice in order even to attempt to prevent serious or lethal violence virtually completely, and we still might not know if our attempts were going to be successful until we'd already paid a very heavy price. Violence brings very real advantages to many people, as I will discuss in the final chapter. It is not surprising that many would oppose the adoption of policies that would reduce the rates of violence. Now let's think about that. If there is an agenda to depopulate, based on the fact that people believe that the population growth is unsustainable for the planet, which I don't believe it is, if we are living in conjunction with Mother Earth instead of raping and pillaging and destroying her. I think that population control is unnecessary. I realize that to many people, the idea that we know how to prevent violence at all, let alone the major and most destructive forms of it, may sound optimistic to the point of being utopian. That would be a misunderstanding of what I'm saying for two reasons. A question of human survival. The first is that I'm not talking about a utopia, I'm talking about survival. I'm suggesting that learning how to prevent violence, not just slightly, but far more successfully than we have to now, is not an option, a luxury, which we may decide that we cannot afford or that is not worth the price. Learning how to prevent violence is an absolute prerequisite for human survival during the coming century, the coming millennium, and the coming millennia. There may well be many different ways to succeed at this, and we already know that there are many different ways to fail. We have tried and are still trying many of the latter. But the research I will present in this book tends to support the conclusion that even though there may be a variety of potentially successful strategies for preventing violence, they are likely to have certain core principles in common, so that the variety of options may be compared to variations on a theme. And within the range of potentially successful options, it may well be that none would represent the kind of society that some people, even many people, would consider their idea of a utopia. But that is irrelevant to the point that I'm making in this book. I'm not designing a utopia, and not merely because one person's utopia is likely to be another's dystopia. I'm talking about certain minimal characteristics that a society must possess in order not to self-destruct. And that is a very different and much less optimistic question than how to construct a utopia. The second point is that I'm not at all optimistic with regard to the likelihood that we will in fact mobilize the political will to do the things that I believe we would need to do in order to prevent further increasingly genocidal catastrophes. When I say I'm not optimistic about that, I do not mean that I pretend to know that it will happen. I simply mean that I see no basis for making the assumption that it will not. Japan and the nations of Western Europe had to go through unimaginable horrors before they mobilized the political will to make the radical changes in their political and economic systems that have enabled them, for the half century since the end of the last World War, to prevent wars among themselves completely and to prevent individual murders within their societies more completely than any other large-scale civilizations in history. This they could only do by eliminating both poverty and dictatorship from their societies. The inequities of wealth and power that are among the main factors that lead men and nations to start wars and commit murders more completely than any previous nations in history. Will the U.S., together with the rest of the developed and developing world, have to go through even more unimaginable horrors before we mobilize the collective political will to make the massive changes on a worldwide scale that will be necessary in order to prevent increasingly unsurvivable wars and genocidal massacres? I do not pretend to know the answer to that question. I will only say that whoever has the confidence, the optimism, and the utopianism to answer it in the negative must know something that I do not. We have, for all practical purposes, eradicated some forms of violence completely, at least in most places most of the time, such as cannibalism and slavery. Well, I would not even count slavery because I believe that we are all modern-day slaves if we are poor. And a few remarkable small-scale societies, as I will discuss in Chapter 5, have succeeded in almost totally eradicating the major forms of lethal violence, such as murder and war, for decades or even centuries. But the major question that confronts us now is not whether we can be successful as those societies have been in preventing violence. It is whether we can learn to prevent enough of it to ensure the survival of our societies themselves. To say that we need to prevent violence if we are going to survive is altogether different from predicting that we will survive. And describing the steps we will need to take if we want to prevent violence is altogether different from saying that we will take those steps. My purpose in this book is neither to attempt to predict the future, nor to tell other people what they should do. It is simply to summarize what our choices are and to mention that each of those choices has costs and benefits so that people can choose what they want with as much knowledge as possible of what they are choosing, what it is likely to cost them, and what they will get in return. I'm hoping that some of the lessons I have learned from years of work devoted to preventing violence within the most violent institutions and among the most violent individuals and groups in our society, my laboratory for the study of violence, can prove to be relevant and helpful to us in our attempt to understand what we can do and will need to do in order to prevent violence wherever it occurs, on whatever scale and in whatever context, from homicide and suicide to terrorism and race riots to war and genocide. I believe that there are certain causes or motives that are common to all forms of violence, so that there are also certain principles of prevention that are common to all. And this is why I'm reading this, because if you have this information, you can apply it whenever and wherever and however you believe is necessary. And so that's why I feel like I'm compelled to do this painstaking reading aloud on YouTube, so that anybody who wants to have this information, even if they don't have the money to purchase this book, can still have this information and be educated and be able to use this stuff. I've attempted to write this book not as a philosopher or a moralist telling people how they should live, but as a physician and a natural scientist describing how we can live. That is, which strategies for living, and that means living together, for we are a social species, succeed in sustaining life, that is, preventing violence, and which ones lead to death by violence. Darwin wrote about the origin of the species, all species. I am writing about how to avoid the extinction of a species, our species. I believe that General MacArthur was profoundly correct and farsighted when he said that the ultimate outcome of modern war in this era of thermonuclear weapons was mutual total annihilation. It is ironic that he of all people should have said that, given that he was the same general whom President Truman had to relieve of his command in Korea because he was unwilling to settle for a limited war, even implying that we should not rule out the use of atomic bombs. Was he motivated to warn us about the dangers of modern weapons because he came so close to using them? Many thinkers have recognized for a long time now that if we do not eliminate war, war will eliminate us. Preventing violence, then, is simply the necessary prerequisite for the survival of our species. It is a project of evolutionary significance. All right, Chapter 1, Shame and the Death of the Self. In the course of my psychotherapeutic work with violent criminals, I was surprised to discover that I kept getting the same answer when I asked one man after another why he had assaulted or even killed someone. Because he disrespected me. In fact, they used that phrase so often that they abbreviated it to, he dissed me. Whenever people use a word so often that they abbreviate it, you know how central it is in their moral and emotional vocabulary. References to the desire for respect as the motive for violence kept recurring, with remarks like, "I never got so much respect before in my life as I did when I first pointed a gun at some dude's face." On another occasion, I could not understand why one of the prisoners was engaged in a running battle with the prison officers that resulted in his finally being sentenced to solitary confinement and having every privilege and possession taken away from him. I asked him, "What do you want so badly that you are willing to give up everything else in order to get it?" Because it seemed to me that that was exactly what he had done. In response, this man, who was usually so inarticulate that it was difficult to get a clear answer to any question, astonished me by standing up tall, looking me in the eye, and replying with perfect clarity, "Pride, dignity, self-esteem." And then he described how the officers were, he felt, attempting to take away his last shred of pride and self-respect by disrespecting him, and said, "If you ain't got pride, you got nothing." This experiences and many others like them convinced me that the basic psychological motive or cause of violent behavior is the wish to ward off or eliminate the feeling of shame and humiliation, a feeling that is painful and can even be intolerable and overwhelming, and replace it with its opposite, the feeling of pride. I will use these two terms, shame and pride, as generic terms to refer to two whole families of feelings. Synonyms for pride include self-esteem, self-love, self-respect, feelings of self-worth, dignity, and the sense of having maintained one's honor intact. But pride must be in much shorter supply than shame because there are literally dozens of synonyms for shame, including feelings of being slighted, insulted, disrespected, dishonored, disgraced, disdained, slandered, treated with contempt, ridiculed, teased, taunted, mocked, rejected, defeated, subjected to indignity or ignominy, feelings of inferiority, inadequacy, incompetency, feelings of being weak, ugly, a failure, losing face, being treated as if you were insignificant, unimportant, or worthless, or any of the numerous other forms of what psychoanalysts call narcissistic injuries. As Franz Alexander wrote in some comments, the psychology of narcissism is the psychology of shame and its equivalent, feelings of inferiority. Envy and jealousy are members of the same family of feelings. People feel inferior to those whom they envy or of whom they are jealous. People become indignant, and many become violent when they suffer an indignity. Language itself reveals the link between shame and rage. In my previous book, I spoke of shame as the pathogen that causes violence, just as specifically as the tubercle bacillus causes tuberculosis, except that in the case of violence, it is an emotion, not a microbe, the emotion of shame and humiliation. It is because this emotion is so powerful and pervasive and so central to the experience of many people, especially those who are predisposed to violence, that there are so many synonyms for it, just as the Japanese and the Chinese have dozens of words for different varieties of silk and silkworms because of the centrality of these in their culture. When I first realized what I was hearing from the violent men I was working with, I began to think that I had discovered something original, something previously unknown. Then I happened to reread a passage in the Bible, the story of the first recorded murder in Western history that I had read many times before without actually understanding what it was saying. It had never been clear to me why Cain killed Abel. But having sat down and talked with people who actually committed the murders and asking them why, I was at last able to hear what the story of Cain and Abel was saying. The Bible makes it very clear why Cain killed Abel. The Lord had respect unto Abel and to his offering, but unto Cain he had not respect. In other words, God dissed Cain, or rather Cain was dissed because of Abel. And he acted out his anger over this insult in exactly the same way as the murderers with whom I was working. As I read further, I began to realize that this insight has been expressed centuries and even millennia ago, not only in the great myths of our tradition, but also in the writings of the great philosophers and theologians. Both Aristotle and Thomas Aquinas, for example, stated very clearly that the cause of the desire to assault or injure others is the anger that is caused by feeling that they have been slighted by them, and therefore feel justified in getting revenge for the slight. Both of those thinkers make it clear that what they mean by slighting is exactly what I'm describing here: insulting, ridiculing, disdaining, dishonoring. In short, any behavior that shames people by treating them with contempt and disrespect as though they are unimportant or insignificant. In other words, the hypothesis regarding the psychological cause or motivation of violence that I thought I had originated has been around in one form or another for a very long time. On the other hand, if it's a valid hypothesis, it would be surprising if earlier thinkers had not also discovered the same thing. For after all, violence has been with us since the dawn of history, and it would be surprising if the greatest minds and the most perceptive observers in history had not also noticed the same regularities in human behavior. More recent examples would include Hegel, who identified the desire for recognition as the central motive force behind all human history. Recognition is a synonym for respect, which means literally to be looked back at, respectare, which is the root word, or recognize. So it is also a synonym for honor, pride, attention, and all other forms of narcissistic gratification. And history itself, as Hegel and many other philosophers of history have noted, is largely the history of violence, wars, assassinations, revolutions, and so on. Although Marx turned Hegel on his head, as he put it, he agreed with him to the extent of noting that shame is the emotion of revolution. Shame being the emotion people feel when they are not recognized or respected. So these are very powerful roots that we're discussing here. And they're so very relevant to today and things that are going on today. The same conclusion as to the psychological cause of violence has also been reached by contemporary scholars from the whole range of the behavioral sciences: clinical psychoanalysis, experimental psychology, social learning theory, sociology, anthropology, criminology, even law enforcement. The psychoanalyst Heinz Kohut, for example, wrote, "The deepest level to which psychoanalysis can penetrate when it traces destructiveness is to the presence of a serious narcissistic injury, an injury that threatened the cohesion of the self." And that quote is from The Restoration of the Self, 1977. Another analyst, Gregory Rocklin, made the same point when he emphasized the relation of injured narcissism to aggression and of humiliation to violence, and concluded, the question is, what makes people so prone to feeling vulnerable and humiliated, and therefore ultimately what causes violence? That excerpt is from Man's Aggression, 1973. Herbert Thomas, in Experiencing a Shame Response, 95, schematized the steps leading up to an act of violence as beginning with a rejection, which elicits intensely painful feelings of shame, to which the person responds with anger, which he then expresses or acts out with an act of violence. Experimental psychologists have reached the same conclusion. Many individual studies and several reviews of the published research literature have been devoted to the study of aggressive behavior and simulated violence elicited under experimental conditions in psychological laboratories. These concern, for example, experiments in which an attempt is made to induce the subject to press a button that he is told will administer painful and potentially injurious or even lethal electric shocks to another person, which is the famous, I can't remember the name of it, but people know what it is. The consensus that has emerged from this work is that the most potent stimulus of aggression and violence, and the one that is most reliable in eliciting this response, is not frustration per se, as the frustration-aggression hypothesis had claimed, but rather insult and humiliation. In other words, the most effective way and often the only way to provoke someone to become violent is to insult him. Feshbach, in The Dynamics and Morality of Violence and Aggression, 1971, for example, after reviewing the literature on this subject, concluded that violations to self-esteem through insult, humiliation, or coercion are probably the most important source of anger and aggressive drive in humans. It should be stressed that coercion as a violation of autonomy also produces feelings of shame. As Erik Erikson stressed, pride is dependent on being independent. Geen, in Effects of Frustration, 1968, concluded that personal insult was more powerful in provoking aggressive behavior than frustration. Sabini, in another review of the literature, generalized, frustration per se does not lead to anger. If frustration is not the cause of anger, what is? According to Aristotle, the perception that one has been insulted leads to anger. Curiously, when psychologists have tried to produce anger in the laboratory, even when they have written about their results in terms of the consequences of frustration, they have not relied very much on frustrating people, but have much more commonly insulted people, possibly because it is very difficult to make adults angry just by frustrating them. The only situation in which frustration without deliberate insult was found to elicit anger was when the frustration was unjustified. For example, a bus driver deliberately bypassing a bus stop. This does not constitute an exception to the principle that anger and violence are caused by feeling shamed. However, for the perception that one has been a victim of injustice elicits feelings of shame over being valued so little by the other person or establishment, and for being too weak to make him treat one fairly, which is why Marx's insight into the motivation for violent revolution mentioned above makes psychological sense. In fact, the Latin word for injustice, ineria, also means insult as well as injury. One does not need to add insult to injury or to injustice. It is already contained within both of those experiences, as it is in the words used to refer to them. The perception that one has been a perpetrator of injustice, by contrast, elicits feelings of guilt. A number of sociologists have arrived at the same explanation of the psychological roots of human violence. Thomas Scheff and Suzanne Retzinger, for example, in Emotions and Violence, 91, wrote that a particular sequence of emotions underlies all destructive aggression. Shame is first evoked, which leads to rage and then violence. The criminologist David Luckenbill in Criminal Homicide, 1977, analyzed the step-by-step escalation of the confrontations between victim and perpetrator that led to all 70 murders that occurred in one California county over a 10-year period of 63 to 72, and found that in all cases the murderer had interpreted his violence as the only means by which to save or maintain face, and to demonstrate that his character was strong rather than weak, and in a situation that he interpreted as casting doubt on that assessment of himself. The opening move that started this process was some behavior by the victim that the perpetrator interpreted as insulting or disparaging to him, and that would cause him to lose face if he backed down rather than responding with violence, even when the victim was only a child who refused to stop crying when ordered to. Whew. Another sociologist, Elijah Anderson, has been conducting ethnographic fieldwork in ghetto areas of Philadelphia for many years, studying the causes of violence currently devastating many urban neighborhoods. He discovered that the street culture has evolved a code of the street, which amounts to a set of informal rules of behavior organized around a desperate search for respect that governs public social relations, especially violence. At the heart of the code is the issue of respect, loosely defined as being treated right or being granted one's proper due, or the deference one deserves. Respect is viewed as almost an external entity, one that is hard won but easily lost, and so must constantly be guarded. Something extremely valuable on the street, respect, is at stake in every interaction. For people unfamiliar with the code, this concern with respect in the most ordinary interactions can be frightening and incomprehensible. Many feel that it is acceptable to risk dying over issues of respect. There is a general sense that very little respect is to be had, and therefore everyone competes to get what affirmation he can from what is available. The resulting craving for respect gives people thin skins and short fuses. All this occurs against the background of life among the ghetto poor, who suffer the absence of jobs that pay a living wage and the stigma of racial discrimination. He adds that in a society where so much economic inequality exists, for the severely alienated and desperate, a gun can become like a bank card, an equalizer, in the contest for respect, and for the material status symbols that serve as one of the main bases of respect. Nor is it only behavioral scientists and academicians who have reached these conclusions. The same findings have been reported by law enforcement officers who have investigated the motives of murderers and other violent criminals. John Douglas was a profiler with the FBI whose career was devoted to studying the personalities and attempting to discern the motives of the most violent and dangerous criminals in the United States. What he concluded was that any ultimate violent act is the result of a deep-seated feeling of inadequacy. and that these men attempt to diminish their low self-esteem by blaming others for their own real or imagined shortcomings, which were often caused, he discovered, by the way they were treated by overly authoritarian fathers. The degree to which a person experiences feelings of shame depends on two variables: the way other people are treating him with admiration and respect, or with contempt and disdain, and the degree to which he himself already feels proud or ashamed. The more a person is shamed by others from childhood, by parents or peers who ridicule or reject him, the more he is likely to feel chronically shamed and hypersensitive to feelings and experiences of being shamed, sometimes to the point of feeling that others are treating him with contempt or disdain even when they are not. For such people, and they are the rule among the violent, even a minor sign of real or imagined disrespect can trigger a homicidal reaction. The purpose of violence is to force respect from other people. The less self-respect people feel, the more they are dependent on respect from others, for without a certain minimal amount of respect from others or the self begins to feel dead inside, numb and empty. That is how the most violent criminals told me they felt, and it is clear that it is the most intolerable of all feelings, though it is actually an absence of feeling, lack of the feeling of pride or self-love. When people lack self-respect and feel that they are incapable of eliciting respect from others in the form of admiration for their achievements or their personalities, they may see no way to get respect except in the form of fear, which I think of as a kind of ersatz substitute for admiration. And violence does elicit fear, as it is intended to. For example, I've spoken to many violent criminals who spoke of how gratifying it was to see fear in the eyes of their victims. All right, I'm going to take a break here and post this up, and I will post up part 4 shortly. All right, this is Preventing Violence Educational, part 4. Picking up where I left off here. Feelings of shame and self-contempt are often overlooked by others because the people who experience them do their best to conceal such feelings behind a defensive mask of bravado and boasting. There is nothing more shameful than to feel ashamed. It reveals that a person has something to feel ashamed about. Why are these feelings of shame and self-contempt so bottomless, chronic, and almost ineradicable to the most violent men? Because in the men I knew, they had been subjected to a degree of child abuse that was off the scale of anything I had previously thought of describing with that term. Many had been beaten nearly to death, raped repeatedly or prostituted, or neglected to a life-threatening degree by parents too disabled themselves to care for their child. And of those who had not experienced those extremes of physical abuse or neglect, my colleagues and I found that they had experienced a degree of emotional abuse that had been just as damaging, being focused on as the parents' emotional whipping boy, in which they served as the scapegoat for whatever feelings of shame and humiliation their parents had suffered, and then attempted to rid themselves of by transferring them onto their child, by subjecting him to systematic and chronic shaming and humiliation, taunting, and ridicule. That references Fraser Aggression, 1974. On the other hand, everyone gets shamed or slighted at one time or another, yet most people never commit a serious act of violence. In that respect, shaming is to violence as the tubercle bacillus is to tuberculosis, a necessary but not a sufficient cause. Even the most violent people are not violent most of the time. Before people will resort to violence, and it is always a last resort, several further preconditions need to be in place. One is that they have not yet developed the capacity for the feelings that prevent most of us from behaving violently, no matter how much shame, disrespect, dishonor, or insult we are subjected to, such as guilt and remorse over hurting someone else, empathy, love, and concern for others, and even the rational, self-interested fear of the retribution that violent behavior provokes from others. A second precondition is that enormously increases the likelihood that people respond to feelings of shame by means of violence is that they do not perceive themselves as having nonviolent means by which to maintain or restore their self-esteem and self-respect. Most of us have such means, such as education, knowledge, skills, and achievements that are honored and respected by others and by ourselves. A a profession or career, and some standing or status in the community, and with one's family and friends. It is also important not to underestimate the degree to which the self-esteem of many, if not most people in the very materialist, capitalist culture in which we have all been raised and in which we have to live is dependent on having whatever minimal degree of wealth or income they need in order to feel that their net worth, in the accountant's sense, reinforces their self-worth in the psychological sense. The people who become violent criminals and end up in prison are notably lacking in all of those nonviolent sources of self-esteem. They are overwhelmingly poor, uneducated, many are illiterate, lacking in any skills that they or others could respect, and of the lowest possible social and economic status in society. As the poor, they are lower class, and as members of minority groups, typically, which often means people of color, they are of lower caste, which increases the risk that they will be poor or lower class as well. So when they are shamed, they do not have enough nonviolent internal or external sources of self-esteem with which to compensate. Violence is their last resort in the literal sense that it is their last resource. And that brings us to another category among the multiple, but related, causes of violence. Chapter 2, the social causes of violence. In order to understand the spread of contagious disease so that one can prevent epidemics, it is just as important to know the vector by which the pathogenic organism that causes the disease is spread throughout the population as it is to identify the pathogen itself. In the 19th century, for example, the water supply and the sewer system were discovered to be vectors through which some diseases became epidemic. What is the vector by which shame, the pathogen that causes violence, is spread to its hosts, the people who succumb to the illness of violence? There's a great deal of evidence, which I will summarize here, that shame is spread via the social and economic system. This happens in two ways. The first is through what we might call the vertical division of the population into a hierarchical ranking of upper and lower status groups, chiefly classes, castes, and age groups, but also other means by which people are divided into in-groups and out-groups, the accepted and the rejected, the powerful and the weak, the rich and the poor, the honored and the dishonored. For people are shamed on a systematic, wholesale basis, and their vulnerability to feelings of humiliation is increased when they are assigned an inferior social or economic status. And the more inferior and humble it is, the more frequent and intense the feelings of shame, and the more frequent and intense the acts of violence. The second way is by what we call the horizontal asymmetry of social roles or gender roles to which the two sexes are assigned in patriarchal cultures, one consequence of which is that men are shamed or honored for different and in some respects opposite behavior from that which brings shame or honor to women. That is, men are shamed for not being violent enough, called cowards or even shot as deserters, and are more honored the more violent they are, with medals, promotions, titles, and estates. Violence for men is as successful as a strategy. Women, however, are shamed for being too active and aggressive, called bitches or unfeminine, and honored for being passive and submissive. Violence is much less likely to protect them against shame. Relative poverty and unemployment. The most powerful predictor of the homicide rate in comparisons of the different nations of the world, the different states in the United States, different counties and different cities, and census tracts is the size of the disparities in income and wealth between the rich and the poor. Some 36 studies at least have found statistically significant correlations between the degree of absolute as well as relative poverty and the incidence of homicide. Hussey and Pugh in 1993 did a meta-analysis of 34 such studies and found strong statistical support for these findings, as have several other reviews of this literature. Two on Homicide by Smith and Zahn in 1999, Chasin in 1998, Short in 1997, James in 95, and individual studies such as Braithwaite in 79 and Messner in 1980. On a worldwide basis, the nations with the highest inequities in wealth and income, such as many third world countries in Latin America, Africa, and Asia, have the highest homicide rates and also the most collective or political violence. Among the developed nations, the United States has the highest inequities in wealth and income and also has by far the highest homicide rate, 5 to 10 times larger than the other first world nations, all of which have the lowest levels of inequity and relative poverty in the world and the lowest homicide rates. Sweden and Japan, for example, have had the lowest degree of inequity in the world in recent years, according to the World Bank's measures. But in fact, all the other countries of Western Europe, including Ireland and the United Kingdom, as well as Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, have a much more equal sharing of their collective wealth and income than either the United States or virtually any of the second or third world countries, as well as the lowest murder rates. Those are cross-sectional studies which analyze the populations being studied at one point in time. Longitudinal studies find the same result. Violence rates climb and fall over time as the disparity in income rises and decreases, both in the less violent and the more violent nations. For example, in England and Wales, as figures 1 and 2 show, you'll be able to see the figures, there's an almost perfect fit between the rise in several different measures of the size gap between rich and poor and the number of serious crimes recorded by the police between 1950 and 1990. I'm going to skip that part because I'm not going to show you these diagrams. The increase in crime rates follows the increase in rates of relative poverty almost perfectly. As both inequality and crime accelerated their growth rates simultaneously, the annual increases in crime from one year to the next became larger than the total crime rate had been in the early 1950s. Okay. Same correlation between violence and relative poverty has been found in the United States. The economist James Galbraith, in Created Unequal, 1997, has used inequity in wages as one measure of the size and history of income inequity between the rich and the poor from 1920 to 1992. If we correlate this with fluctuations in the American homicide rate during the same period, we find that both wage inequity and the homicide rate increased sharply in the slump of 1920 to 21 and remained at those historically high levels until the Great Crash of 1929, when they both jumped again, literally doubling together and suddenly to the highest levels ever observed up to that time. Those record levels of economic inequality, when unemployment increases, were accompanied by epidemic violence. Both murder rates and wage inequity remained twice as high as they'd previously been until the economic leveling effects of Roosevelt's New Deal beginning in 1933 and the Second World War a few years later combined to bring both violence and wage inequity down by the end of the war to the same low levels at the end of the First World War, and they both remained at those low levels for the next quarter of a century from roughly 1944 to 1968. That was the modern turning point. In 1968, the median wage began falling after having risen steadily for the previous 3 decades, and beginning in 1969, inequality started to rise and continued to increase sharply for 15 years. Great, just as I was born. Both wage inequality and homicide rates remained at those relatively high levels for the next quarter of a century. From 73 to 97. That is, the murder rate averaged 5 per 100,000. From 1942 to 66, and 10 per 100,000 from 70 to 97. Finally, by 1998, unemployment dropped to the lowest level since 1970. Both the minimum wage and the median wage began increasing again in real terms for the first time in 30 years, and the poverty rate began dropping. Not surprisingly, the homicide rate also fell for the first time in nearly 30 years, below the range in which it had been fluctuating since 70-71, though both rates of murder and of economic inequality are still higher than they were from the early 1940s to the mid-1960s. As mentioned before, unemployment rates are also relevant to rates of violence. M.H. Brenner found that every 1% rise in the unemployment rate is followed within a year by a 6% rise in the homicide rate, together with similar increases in the rates of suicide, imprisonment, mental hospitalization, infant mortality, and deaths from natural causes such as heart attacks and strokes. And that reference is from Mental Illness and the Economy, 73, and Personal Stability and Economic Security, 97. Theodore Chiricos reviewed 63 American studies and concluded that while the relationship between unemployment and crime may have been inconsistent during the 1960s, it became overwhelmingly positive in the 1970s as unemployment changed from a brief interval between jobs to enduring worklessness. And that is from Rates of Crime and Unemployment, 1987. David Dickinson found an exceptionally close relationship between rates of burglary and unemployment for men under 25 in the UK in the 80s and 90s,
crime and unemployment 93. Bernstein and Houston have also found statistically significant correlations between unemployment and crime rates and negative correlations between wages and crime rates in the U.S. between 89 and 98. Crime and Work 2000. If we compare Galbraith's data with U.S. homicide statistics, we find that the U.S. unemployment rate has moved in the same direction as the homicide rate from 1920 to 92, increasing sharply in 1920 to 21, and jumping to even higher levels from the crash of 29 until Roosevelt's reforms began in 33, at which point the rates of both unemployment and homicide also began to fall, a trend that accelerated further with the advent of the war. Both rates then remained low, with brief fluctuations until 1968, when they began a steady rise, which kept them both at levels higher than they had been in any post-war period, until the last half of 97, when unemployment fell below that range and has continued to decline ever since, followed closely by the murder rate. Why do economic inequality and unemployment both stimulate violence? Ultimately, because both increase feelings of shame. For example, we speak of the poor as the lower classes, who have lower social and economic status, and the rich as the upper classes, who have higher status. But the Latin for lower is inferior. Wow. And the word for the lower classes in Roman law was humiliores. Even in English, the poor are sometimes referred to as the humbler classes. Our language itself tells us that to be poor is to be humiliated and inferior, which makes it more difficult not to feel inferior. The word for upper or higher was superior, which is related to the word for pride, superbia, the opposite of shame. Also, the root of our word superb, another antonym of inferior. And a word for the upper classes in Roman law was the honestiores, related to the word honor, also the opposite of shame and dishonor. Inferiority and superiority are relative concepts, which is why it is relative poverty, not absolute poverty, that exposes people to feelings of inferiority. When everyone is on the same level, there is no shame in being poor, for in those circumstances, the very concept of poverty loses its meaning. Shame is also a function of the gap between one's level of aspiration and one's level of achievement. In a society with extremely rigid caste or class hierarchies, it may not feel so shameful to be poor, since it is a matter of bad luck rather than of any personal failing. Under those conditions, lower social status may be more likely to motivate apathy, fatalism, or passivity, or passive aggressiveness, and to inhibit ambition and the need for achievement. Caste-ridden cultures, however, may have the potential to erupt into violence on a revolutionary or even genocidal scale once they reject the notion that the caste or class one is born into is immutable and replace it with the notion that one has only oneself to blame if one remains poor while others are rich. This we have seen repeatedly in the political and revolutionary violence that has characterized the history of Indonesia, Kampuchea, India, Ceylon, China, Vietnam, and the Philippines, and many other areas throughout Asia during the past half-century. All of which is another way of saying that one of the costs people pay for the benefits associated with belief in the American dream, the myth of equal opportunity, because it is a myth, is an increased potential for violence. In fact, the social and economic system of the United States combines almost every characteristic that maximizes shame and hence violence. So, the very structure of society makes the society more violent than most other societies on the face of this earth. At first, there is the Horatio Alger myth that everyone can get rich if they are smart and work hard. Yeah, right. Which means that if they are not rich, they must be stupid or lazy or both. Myth. Not true. Second, we are not only told that we can get rich, we are also stimulated to want to get rich. For the whole economic system of mass production depends on whetting people's appetites to consume the flood of goods that are being produced, hence the flood of advertisements that you cannot get away from. Everything's a commercial, isn't it? Third, the social and economic reality is the opposite of the Horatio Alger myth, since social mobility is actually less likely in the U.S. than in supposedly more rigid social structures of Europe and the UK. Contrary to widely held perceptions, the U.S. offers less economic mobility than other rich countries. In one study, for example, low-wage workers in the U.S. were more likely to remain in the low-wage labor market 5 years longer than workers in Germany, France, Italy, United Kingdom, Denmark, Finland, and Sweden, all the other countries studied in this analysis. In another study, poor households in the U.S. were less likely to leave poverty from one year to the next than were poor households in Canada, Germany, the Netherlands, Sweden, and the United Kingdom. All the countries included in the second analysis. And that comes from the State of Working America 2000-2001. Fourth, as they also mentioned, the U.S. has the most unequal income distribution and the highest poverty rates among all the advanced economies in the world. The U.S. tax and benefit system is also one of the least effective in reducing poverty. The net effect of all these features of U.S. society is to maximize the gap between aspiration and attainment, which maximizes the frequency and intensity of feelings of shame, which maximizes the rates of violent crimes. It is difficult not to feel inferior if one is poor when others are rich, especially in a society that equates self-worth with net worth, which is a lie. Because it doesn't matter if you have $0 in your pocket and you have nothing to your name. If you truly believe that you're worth something and that it's not dependent on your income, then you're not going to feel like you're not worthy. But our society tries to make you feel that way, don't they? It is difficult not to feel rejected and worthless if one cannot get or hold a job while others continue to be employed. Of course, most people who lose jobs or income do not commit murders as a result, but there are always some men who are just barely maintaining their self-esteem at minimally tolerable levels, even when they do have jobs and incomes. And when large numbers of them lose these sources of self-esteem, the number who explode into homicidal rage increases as measurably, regularly, and predictably as any epidemic does when the balance between pathogenic forces and the immune system is altered. And these are not just statistics. I've seen many individual men who have responded in exactly that way under exactly these circumstances. The term going postal. A man loses his job and he suddenly cannot provide for his family and goes into the former office and shoots the whole thing up. It's an example, a very not very recent example, because the term going postal's been around for a while, but okay. For example, one African-American man was sent to the prison mental hospital I directed in order to have a psych eval before his murder trial. A few months before that, he had had a good job. Then he was laid off at work, but he was so ashamed of this that he concealed the fact from his wife, who was a school teacher, and their children, going off as if to work every morning and returning at the usual time every night. Finally, after 2 or 3 months of this, his wife noticed that he was not bringing in any money. He had to admit the truth, and then his wife fatally said, "What kind of man are you? What kind of man would behave this way?" To prove that he was a man and to undo the feeling of emasculation, he took out his gun and shot his wife and children. Keeping a gun is, of course, also a way that some people reassure themselves that they really are men. What I was struck by, in addition to the tragedy of the whole story, was the intensity of the shame he felt over being unemployed, which led him to go to such lengths to conceal what had happened to him. And this is a huge thing because men in our society are pressured to be the breadwinners, and when they cannot, or if they say they have a record that makes no one want to hire them because of their record, which is basing it, not on an individual's character over time, but on a certain incident, which is just like double jeopardy. If you are judging somebody based on something that they've done in the past in that way, it is essentially double jeopardy. I'm reading. Case stratification also stimulates violence for the same reasons. The United States, perhaps even more than the other Western democracies, has a caste system that is just as real as that of India, except that it is based on skin color and ethnicity more than on hereditary occupation. The fact that it is a caste system similar to India's is registered by the fact that in my home city, Boston, members of the highest caste are called Boston Brahmins, aka WASPs, or White Anglo-Saxon Protestants. The lowest rung on the caste ladder, corresponding to the untouchables or Harijan of India, is occupied by African Americans, Native Americans, and some Hispanic Americans. To be lower caste is to be rejected socially and vocationally by the upper castes and regarded and treated as inferior. For example, whites often move out of neighborhoods when blacks move in. Blacks are the last to be hired and the first to be fired, so that their unemployment rate has remained twice as high as the white rate ever since it began being measured. Black citizens are arrested and publicly humiliated under circumstances in which no white citizen would be. Respectable white authors continue to write books and articles claiming that blacks are intellectually inferior to whites, and so on, ad infinitum. It is not surprising that the constant shaming and attributions of inferiority to which the lower caste groups are subjected would cause members of those groups to feel shamed, insulted, disrespected, disdained, and treated as inferior, because they have been, and because many of their greatest writers and leaders have told us that this is how they feel they've been treated by whites. Nor is it surprising that this in turn would give rise to feelings of resentment, if not rage, nor that the most vulnerable, those who lacked any nonviolent means of restoring their sense of personal dignity, such as educational achievement, success, and social status, might well see violence as the only way of expressing those feelings. And since one of the major disadvantages of lower caste status is lack of equal access to educational and vocational opportunities, it is not surprising that the rates of homicide and other violent crimes among all the lower caste groups mentioned are many times higher year after year than those of the upper caste groups. And one could say, oh yeah, well, people just need to get over it, and a person's evil if they commit this. It has nothing to do with anything else but that. But when you have scientific studies and statistics backing up things like this, it makes it very, very clear how these things come to be and why they are the way they are now. Age discrimination has the same effect, particularly for young males. Throughout the world, the most concrete sources of pride, such as power, wealth, status, and honorific titles and positions, are disproportionately given to older males and denied to younger ones. That is, in virtually every social system in which there are military, religious, governmental, financial, or educational status hierarchies, the higher status positions are disproportionately awarded to those who are older. Sometimes this is even required by law. In the United States, for example, one has to be 25 to become a congressman, 30 to become a senator, and 35 to become president. The lowest incomes are paid to those who are just beginning their careers, whereas the highest are found among those who are older. Of all age groups in the U.S., the highest rates of poverty are found among those under the age of 18, and unemployment rates are higher for young males than for older and middle-aged ones year after year. In fact, ever since the values of Western culture were first codified in the dawn of history in the Ten Commandments, the elderly have been accorded more honor than the young. Thou shalt honor thy father and mother, with not a word about honoring the son or daughter. But the young are not only given less access to the sources of honor and pride, they are also disproportionately subjected to the sources of shame and humiliation. For example, until only a few years ago, the legal systems of every nation permitted adults, parents, babysitters, teachers, etc., to engage in the corporal punishment of children, behavior that would constitute an assault and battery if committed on another adult, such as slapping and hitting, including with sticks, rulers, belts, and other objects. Even today, only 10 nations forbid all corporal punishment, even by parents: the Scandinavian countries, Latvia, Croatia, Austria, Italy, Israel, and Cyprus, and only one state in the U.S., Minnesota, where many are of Scandinavian descent. Although the United Kingdom is less permissive of this practice than in the U.S., that it forbids teachers from hitting children, it still permits parents to do so. We know that assaults of this sort are experienced by children as humiliating, because they tell us so, both at the time and in later years. Indeed, the adults who behave in this way are usually quite clear that their aim is to humble the child, and they succeed all too well, though the effect is to teach the child to humble others by insulting them as well. Etymology also teaches us that an assault is experienced emotionally as an insult. The two words come from the same Latin root, and even in English they have overlapping meanings. So even when it does not produce physical injury, the corporal punishment of children conveys a clear symbolic message that children are inferior to adults and are not to be treated with respect, and that it is permissible to hit someone if you happen to be stronger than they are. Okay, I'm going to take a break here. My throat's starting to hurt. But as you can see, these are very strong scientific backed proofs. Okay. This is Preventing Violence, Educational, Part 5. Singling out of the young for legally permitted degrees of violence and humiliation does not end with childhood. It continues and even intensifies after they reach puberty and young adulthood. For only the young, throughout history and in every nation on earth, have been forced to fight each other, killing and being killed in the wars that are declared by the middle-aged and elderly, wars in which they themselves are exempt from the obligation to risk their lives by engaging in frontline combat. The old saying that war is the revenge of the old on the young captures a deep psychological truth, one that is reflected in the revenge that the young adults themselves then take, first by committing most of the murders and rapes that are recorded, and then, after they reach middle age themselves, by inflicting the same violence on the young that was inflicted on them, whether as parents assaulting their own children, as political and military leaders sending the young to their deaths, in the endless vicious circle, and in this instance it really is vicious, of violence that repeats from one generation to the next. My point here is not to argue that there are never rational reasons for differentiating in law and custom between the rights and responsibilities that are accorded to people of different ages. The younger children are, the more helpless and dependent they are, and it would also be a form of child abuse not to recognize those differences. But it is one thing to distinguish between real differences in needs and abilities, and another to single out one group for disproportionate honor and deference, and another for disproportionate shaming and humiliation. My point here is simply to demonstrate how high is the price we pay any time we give respect to one group and deny it to another. One consequence of the way the old treat the young is that the highest rates of violent behavior occur among young males from when they first attain adult size and strength during adolescence until they reach the age at which they finally begin to accumulate some of the signs of status, which usually occurs around the beginning of middle age, 40 years or older. That age group alone, 14 to 39, commits more than 90% of the murders, assaults, and rapes in the world, and almost all of the military and political violence as well. Shame cultures versus guilt cultures. The frequency and type of violence vary enormously from one culture to another. Can we identify any characteristics that determine these differences? Yes. There is a great deal of evidence that the cultures whose members commit the most violence against others are those whose value systems, socialization practices, and major institutions have the effect of making their members especially sensitive and vulnerable to feelings of shame and humiliation. Expose them to situations that evoke those feelings and do not facilitate their developing the kinds of feelings that tend to inhibit violent impulses, such as feelings of guilt and remorse in response to harming others. And this, I think, is a big problem with the police right now. What's going on with the killing. Conversely, there is also much evidence that cultures that do the opposite have the least interpersonal and collective violence, but may suffer from the opposite problem, excessive feelings of guilt, sin, and responsibility with a vulnerability to depression, masochism, martyrdom, and suicide. In other words, violence towards the self. This categorization of cultures derives from Ruth Benedict's concept of shame cultures and guilt cultures, which she introduced in the study of Japanese culture and personality that she prepared during the Second World War, The Chrysanthemum and the Sword, 1946. As I will use these terms, I do not mean to imply that this difference between cultures is an either-or dichotomization, rather that it occurs along at least two major polarities. First, we can differentiate between those that are more or less pure. Hold on, I gotta shut this door. Okay. First, we can differentiate between those that are more or less pure shame or guilt cultures to the degree that they emphasize only one or the other emotion in their socialization practices and moral value systems versus those that are mixed, emphasizing both emotions, and between extreme versus mild shame or guilt cultures, depending on the intensity and frequency of the shame or guilt to which their members are exposed. An example of a relatively pure and extreme shame culture would be the Kwakiutl Indians of Vancouver Island as described by Ruth Benedict in 1934. The ultimate reason why man of the Kwakiutl cared about the nobility titles, the wealth, and the prerogatives lays bare the mainspring of their culture. They used them in a contest in which they sought to shame their rivals. The object of all enterprise was to show oneself superior to one's rivals. This will to superiority was carried out with uncensored self-glorification and with jibes and insults poured upon the opponents. They stressed equally the fear of ridicule and the interpretation of experience in terms of insults. They recognized only one gamut of emotion, that which swings between victory and shame. And that's really important because our culture copies that, and you can see it all around you in the things that are going on in society today. Our defense, we have millions of bombs that are just sitting there, leaking into the soil, planes that are hardly ever flown, and yet the Department of Defense gets more and more trillions of dollars every year for what? It's not necessary. There's already enough bombs, there's already enough guns, there's already enough, here, look at me, how big my dick is. We don't need any more. We need the money to go to other things. And that's why it's important for people to understand the dynamics of violence so that they can understand how to change that in our society. That this cultural pattern was associated with violence can be seen from the fact that they engaged in headhunting, cannibalism, burning slaves alive, and undiscriminating, merciless war and murder, even against totally innocent, unsuspecting, hospitable, sleeping friends, neighbors, relatives, and hosts, men, women, and children. They would vie with each other in committing atrocities, as Ruth Benedict's mentor and the first ethnographer of their tribe pointed out. The motive for this aggressiveness was a desire to wipe out feelings of shame and to maximize feelings of pride and social prestige. Aggressive behavior was an accepted and honored way of doing this, as Helen Coder also recognized. Fighting with Property, 1950. A shame culture is one in which the source of moral sanctions and authority is perceived to reside in other people, in their ridicule, criticism, or contempt, so that one is shamed in other people's eyes. The feeling of shame actually occurs in oneself, of course, and can occur when one is alone, but is characteristically perceived as something that occurs before an audience, an external judge in whose eyes, and by comparison with whom, one appears weak, failed, foolish, incompetent, ridiculous, rejected, inferior, contemptible, in short, shameful. Thus, shame motivates concealment of those traits in oneself, and I can think of a head of state to which this is very, very applicable. Thus, shame motivates concealment of those traits in oneself of which one is ashamed, since shame is only intensified by exposure to others. A guilt culture is one in which the source of moral sanctions and authority is oneself, one's own internalized conscience, and the moral law one imposes on oneself, violation of which leaves one feeling guilty and sinful in one's own eyes. By contrast with shame, the feeling of guilt or sin is actually relieved by exposure, which is why guilt cultures institutionalize the practice of confession of sins. This is understandable since the person who feels guilty perceives his sin evil as being inside himself, so to speak, so letting it out through confession can feel like draining a moral abscess, bringing a relief of painful pressure. And this is where guilt versus shame is very, very important to understand, and how these dynamics occur or do not occur within a particular individual, which would make them violent or not violent, because most people who feel guilt do not feel violent, but most people who feel shame have a higher propensity to violence. But why would the perceived source of moral sanctions and disapproval affect either the likelihood or the direction of violent impulses? The answer, I believe, is that what the feeling of shame motivates most directly is the wish to eliminate the feeling of shame, since it is a very painful feeling, and since shame is seen as emanating from other people, that can be done most directly by eliminating other people. It is true that one could also eliminate the feeling of shame at lower cost to oneself and others by means of achievements of which one could feel proud and which would elicit approval, admiration, respect, and honors from others. But that is not always possible, and when it is not, eliminating others may be seen as the only alternative. What the feeling of guilt motivates correspondingly is the wish to eliminate the feeling of guilt, since it is a very painful feeling, and since the feeling of guilt emanates from the self, the only way to eliminate it may be by eliminating the self, as in suicide, or by provoking or passively submitting to martyrdom. So shame is more likely to elicit violence towards others. Extreme guilt towards the self is more likely to elicit self-harm. Another way to understand why shame motivates anger and violence toward others and why guilt directs those same feelings and behaviors toward the self is to remember that in a shame ethic, the worst evil is shame, the source of which is perceived as other people, the audience in whose evil eyes one is shamed. Therefore, evil resides in other people, and to the degree that one feels shame, it is other people who deserve punishment. And this is why people who strike out feel justified in their violence. Punishing others alleviates feelings of shame because it replaces the image of oneself as a weak, passive, helpless, and therefore shameful victim of their punishment, i.e. their shaming, with the contrasting image of oneself as powerful, active, self-reliant, therefore admirable and unshameable. In a guilt ethic, by contrast, the worst evil is to be guilty or sinful, and guilt and sin, to the degree that one feels guilty and sinful, are perceived as residing within oneself. Thus, people who feel guilty see themselves as deserving punishment, and receiving punishment, whether from oneself or from others, relieves guilt by expiating it. Indeed, that is the purpose of punishment, both in the criminal law, in which punishment is the means by which the criminal pays his debt to society and thus discharges his guilt, and in the religious sacrament of penance, the self-punishment by which the sinner expiates his sins, that is, relieves his guilt feelings. Thus, whereas punishment intensifies feelings of shame, it relieves feelings of guilt. I'm going to read that again because it's so important. It is the crux of the dynamic of everything that I'm trying to explain here. Thus, whereas punishment intensifies feelings of shame, it relieves feelings of guilt. A psychological fact that has important implications for the effect that punishment has on the level of violent crime in a society, as I will discuss further in Chapter 6. To feel shamed is to perceive oneself as being disrespected. And the most direct and rapid way to make others respect you is to make them afraid of you. And people who are bullied sometimes find this to be true, and then they become the bullied, or the bulliers, rather. They turn into what has been done to them because they feel it is the only way for them to protect themselves, is to become that which is plaguing them. This is, of course, an ersatz and costly form of respect, which people have no need of when they receive genuine respect from others, or when their feelings of self-respect are strong enough to maintain their self-esteem independent of respect from others. Genuine respect is earned. Genuine respect has nothing to do with fear, or might is right, or force, or shame. The feeling of shame is also the feeling of being ridiculed or of being vulnerable to ridicule. The most direct and certain way to stop people from laughing at you is to make them cry instead. In Shakespeare's Henry V, the French Dauphin ridicules Henry by making him a gift, not of royal treasure, but of tennis balls, to which Henry responds by threatening such violence against the French that thousands shall weep more than did laugh at it. This same principle still causes wars, as well as the kinds of violence that the legal system labels as criminal. Hitler, for example, was elected to power on the basis of the campaign promise to undo the shame of Versailles. Violence occurs when people see no means of undoing or preventing their own humiliation except by humiliating others and using force. Indeed, that is the underlying purpose of inflicting violence on others. That the values and socialization practices of pure and extreme shame cultures lead to violence is well documented by the cross-cultural data in the human relations area files. A quantified, computerized summary of the past century of research in cultural anthropology in which several measures of shame show highly significant correlations with several indices of violence. The measures of shame included cultural traits such as extreme boastfulness, sensitivity to insult, and tell me if anybody that you know rings a bell with this. Boastfulness, sensitivity to insult, invidious display of wealth, and a complete narcissism index. I know somebody very high up in government that resembles all of this. summation of those and other indices. The cultures that scored high on those indices were significantly more likely than those with low scores to have a high incidence of warfare, bellicosity, I'm not sure what that is, killing, torture, and mutilation of enemies, pursuit of military glory, crimes against the person, violent crimes, slavery, alcoholic aggression, male genital mutilation, and so on. Since pure and extreme guilt cultures tend to prevent rather than cause violence towards others, I will discuss them in Chapter 5. Here it is relevant to note that significant correlations exist in the human relations area files data, not only between the different indices of shame and of violence, but also between both of those variables and several different measures of social and economic inequality. Cultures that have social classes, those that have caste systems, and those that have still practice slavery all show significantly more of both shame and violence than cultures whose institutions do not divide people in those hierarchical ways. So, division of people in hierarchical forms, a division of people in any form, by any label, is an act of violence. Because it is a cause of violence, it becomes an act of violence because it directly impacts. The existence of inequality exposes everyone to the risk of being inferior, which in turn stimulates aggressive competition to inflict the inferior status on others, such as by enslaving, impoverishing, or degrading them. In other words, inequality stimulates shame, and shame stimulates the creation of inequality. Shame stimulates violence, and violence stimulates shame. These are vicious circles that until our country, until the mainstream understands very intimately this dynamic, which is why I'm reading this, to educate. These things are going to continue to happen because it's a vicious circle that you're going through and you're not examining the cause and dynamics of it or trying to stop it. Like, for instance, a lot of people, when their children are hitting each other, will hit them. So this is trying to teach nonviolence by using violence. It's crazy. It doesn't make any sense. And yet this is the way that a lot of us are conditioned and taught to teach our children. Inequality leads to violence, and violence leads to inequality. These are all mutually reinforcing vicious circles or positive feedback loops. War and democracy. One of the most remarkable findings of recent scholarship in political science is that during the past century there have been no wars between well-established democracies. That's a study, the reference is Never at War, 1998. In the modern world, wars have only occurred when at least one of the combatants has been ruled by a dictatorship, oligarchy, or some other non-democratic form of government, or one that's masquerading as a democratic form of government, of which I believe I am a citizen of. Professor Jack Levy, Domestic Politics and War, 1989, has written that this absence of war between democracies comes as close as anything we have to an empirical law in international relations. This thesis, if it survives further empirical testing and theoretical analysis, of course has important implications for the prevention of war, which is why we'll return to it in the next chapter, but it also implies that a cause of war is an authoritarian political structure in which there is a high degree of inequality of power, which we are totally seeing today. Naturally, there is much room for debate about such a sweeping generalization, especially over definitions of democracy and of war, and over the theoretical understanding of why the correlation between democracy and peace exists. But the hypothesis seems to me to be plausible enough to pursue further, since it accords with the repeated and remarkably consistent findings in a variety of contexts that violence is associated to a statistically significant degree with higher degrees of inequity and hierarchy in the status systems of these social groups being studied, and becomes less frequent and intense the greater the degree of equality. So this is why you hear people going on and on about equality and Black Lives Matter and these kind of movements that are happening is because this is an implicit understanding that people can feel because they experience it in this situation around them. This is the scientific culmination and explanation of how and why that occurs. Even authoritarian individuals are more violent than those whose values are more democratic and egalitarian, as shown in Adorno, The Authoritarian Personality, 1950, and The Authoritarian Spectre, 96, Altmaier. In fact, the highest scores in Adorno's study of authoritarianism or potential fascism, potential my ass, were violent criminals in San Quentin. The only neo-Nazis I myself have ever encountered anywhere have been violent inmates in the maximum security prison and violent patients in the prison mental hospital. The Adorno study, referring to Ruth Benedict's contrast between shame and guilt cultures, also found that authoritarian personalities were notably sensitive to feelings of shame and insensitive to guilt feelings. What is true of governments and individuals also seems to be true of families. As Murray Strauss and his colleagues have found in their 1980 and 1986 studies of violence in the family, domestic violence is less common the greater the degree to which power and decision-making are shared equally by both spouses. This is so important because the family unit represents a microcosm of what's going on in the outside world, which is considered the macrocosm. It's a dynamic that's getting bigger in a societal way. Perhaps relations between nations, despite their greater complexity, do not follow totally different laws. That is, the values that lead people to create authoritarian, inegalitarian power structures also lead them to be aggressive toward others, and it may only take one such party to a relationship to bring about a violent conflict. Violence, this is chapter 3, violence as proof of masculinity. If being treated as inferior or assigned an inferior position in a status hierarchy leads to feelings of inferiority and shame, and that in turn leads to rage and violence, then why are women not more violent than men? Haven't women been treated as inferior by men ever since the invention of patriarchy? Yet men commit much more violence than women do. Homicides, suicides, wars, executions, even the so-called unintentional violence that results from careless risk-taking. Understanding why men are more violent than women requires an understanding of the highly asymmetrical gender roles to which the members of each sex are assigned at birth in our patriarchal culture, and to which they are powerfully conditioned to conform throughout the rest of their lives by virtually all the institutions of our society. The relevant point here, so the male culture is then the shame culture, and the female culture is then the guilt culture, which explains why women are less violent, because they're more likely to inflict violence upon themselves or upon children that are submissives than they are to be violent outwards towards the males or towards society. Okay. The relevant point here is that the differences in those gender roles make it possible for men to ward off or undo feelings of shame, disgrace, and dishonor by means of violence, whereas that is significantly less true for women. Masculinity in the traditional, conventional, stereotypical sex role of patriarchy is literally defined as involving the expectation, even the requirement of violence, under many well-specified conditions, in times of war, in response to personal insult, in response to extramarital sex on the part of a female in the family, while engaging in all-male combat sports, etc. The Greek term for masculinity, andreia, the root of our word androgen, also means courage. The same is true of the Latin word for manliness and manhood, virtus, which also means bravery and courage. The word virtus itself derives from vir, which means both man and soldier. In other words, to be a man is to be a soldier. Virtus is also the word from which our word virtue derives. In the warlike culture of ancient Rome, the original and primary meaning of virtue was courage, an indispensable master virtue for soldiers. In other words, the primary meaning of virtue equals courage, equals manliness, equals soldier, was the willingness to risk one's own life in violent combat with other men. The result of that is that men can prove their manliness, their masculine sexual adequacy, when it has been called into question by an insult or a sign of disrespect by means of violence, and their failure or unwillingness to engage in violence can throw their manliness into doubt and expose them to shame. And this explains why domestic violence occurs in many instances too, because as soon as the woman starts to, and this also would explain why they say that women need to shut their mouths. It's taken as a sign of disrespect from man, which often is meant as a sign of disrespect. But when you're dealing with abuse and you're nice and the abuse is continuing to occur, you have to speak up, which is taken as a form of violence in and of itself. And it's responded to with more violence. Okay. Called into question by an insult or sign of disrespect by means of violence, and their failure or unwillingness to engage in violence can throw their manliness into doubt and expose them to shame. A woman's honor. How are things different for women? In order to discover the decisive difference between male and female gender roles and how they lead to differing rates of violent behavior, it will be helpful to ask what circumstances will augment or diminish shame or honor for a man, and are those the same as or different from the ones that will have that effect for a woman? And since I am a man, I thought it might be especially helpful to consult a woman. Virginia Woolf went some distance toward answering this question in 3 Guineas, 1938, her powerful polemic against patriarchy and male violence. She wrote, "External observation would suggest that a man still feels it a particular insult to be taunted with cowardice by a woman in much the same way that a woman feels it a peculiar insult to be taunted with unchastity by a man, in other words, called a whore. For example, if we ask what are the worst, in other words, most shaming insults that can be hurled at a man or woman, respectively, what are they? My own external observation of violent criminals in prisons, among other men over the years, would suggest that for men, the insults that are most powerfully shaming and hence violence-provoking are those that call into question either courage or manliness, two psychologically and etymologically synonymous concepts. These include wimp, coward, sissy, and anything that throws doubt on one's status as a normal, potent, sexually adequate adult heterosexual male, such as weirdo, faggot, or fairy, the homophobic insult boy, the traditional insult given to adult black men in American South and South Africa, or the declaration that a man is effeminate or castrated and has no balls, or that he is a cuckold, which can be translated into patriarchies as not enough of a man to control his wife's sexuality. It is important to note that cuckold is a term applied exclusively to men, and there is no corresponding word for the woman whose husband is unfaithful to her, because obviously men being whores is advocated in our society and completely normal. I'm not saying that those are the only insults that are so powerfully shaming that they can constitute what the legal system has called fighting words, but that they are the insults that throw the most light on the differential social psychology of men and women. There are also racial insults, for example, which can be equally violence-provoking, but they are equally insulting to both sexes and are not specifically relevant to the differences between men and women. For women, the situation is entirely different. As Virginia Woolf suggested, women are insulted not by having their courage or their capacity for sexual activity called into question, but rather by accusations that they are too active sexually or active outside the bounds their gender role prescribes for them, meaning exclusively in marriage. Slut, whore, bitch, tramp. Just as cuckold is applied exclusively to men, promiscuous is applied almost exclusively to women. But what is most relevant here is that women are shamed not for being too submissive, dependent, unaggressive, and sexually inactive or impotent as men are, but rather for exactly the opposite traits, being too rebellious, independent, aggressive, and sexually active. Thus, if a woman responds to being shamed by becoming aggressive or violent, that may only lead to more shame rather than, as for men, to less. Violence on the part of women is regarded, according to patriarchal values, as unfeminine. Only men, for example, are expected and either permitted or forced to fight in wars, a convention that has only recently begun to be questioned. Even Lady Macbeth, when she was trying to talk herself into becoming violent, prayed to the gods of destruction to unsex me, for no woman could commit murder. And even then, she could only commit the murder vicariously, using her husband as the instrument of her will by shaming him and telling him he would be like a woman if he were too cowardly to kill Duncan. I'm not saying that no woman will respond by resorting to violence. Another great tragic heroine, Medea, shows how violent a woman can become when her husband shames her by an infatuation with another woman. I encountered a similar tragedy in reality in the Massachusetts prisons. A woman whose husband had decided to leave her for another woman killed their 2 children and eventually, unlike Medea, killed herself as well. What I'm saying rather is that violence is not a ready-made, gender-specific means of undoing shame for women as it is for men. It simply does not work as well. If one shames a woman enough, as Medea was, or as many women of color are shamed in the United States, one can elicit violence in a woman that can be just as homicidal as the violence of a man. The central implication, okay, so I want to make an important distinction here, because it's really easy for a woman to say, no matter what I say to a guy or what I do to a guy, he should be able to walk away. No. Actually, women do have a responsibility to manage their level of disrespect towards a man and the things that she's saying to him, because it can elicit violence from a man very easily and oftentimes does. And there is, it takes 2. So there is a responsibility there. Not always to keep your mouth shut, because I believe it's very important to stand up to might is right and, an iron fist. But the manner in which you do it, you have to be really careful with. And I've learned this from personal experience, being a mouthy bitch myself. So, and also that's me taking responsibility. I have to take responsibility we all have to take responsibility for the things that we say and do. Freedom of speech is important, but also choice of speech is important. So, and righteous anger, of course, is allowed, but sometimes righteous anger can get you in just as much trouble as unrighteous anger can, and violence. Okay, the central implication of all of this is that in patriarchal societies, men are assigned the role of violence objects, and women are assigned the role of sex objects. Notice the terminology objects, because in our culture, we tend to objectify people, just the way we objectify things, possessions. And this is like a conditioning in our society. It's not just certain people are just like this. I mean, it's an ongoing thing. It's like a battering ram, it's drilling into your head all the time. And if you're not aware of it, you can fall prey to it. That is, men and only men are assigned the role of fighting in wars, and they are not given any choice about the matter. If they refuse to treat other men as objects of violence and thereby simultaneously become objects of those men's violence, they will be shamed and insulted, called cowards, and then turned into objects of their own army's violence. Okay, so this is really important too, because when a man is faced with fight or flight, if he doesn't want to fight and he wants to be peaceful, he's then shamed, which aimed at, which often elicits violence. So it's either be violent or be shamed into violence. So men often do not feel they have a choice in the matter. Okay, deserters have traditionally been shot, and just as men are shamed for refusing to treat other men and themselves as violence objects, they are honored for being willing to do so, like the Purple Heart, for instance. People who are in the military are often promoted, depending and given, pride by the number of people that they have killed. And so this is reinforcing this violent, aggressive behavior. And in essence, telling a man that that's the only logical way that he can survive in our society. And that's just wrong. It's absolutely wrong. Violence times violence equals more violence, and we're seeing it all over today. George Bernard Shaw said that if a man steals 100 pounds, he is sent to jail, but if he steals 1,000,000 pounds, he is sent to Parliament. I believe the same principle applies to male violence. If a man kills one person, he is sent to prison. If he kills 10, to a prison mental hospital. But if he is responsible for the death of thousands, he is crowned emperor, made the Duke of Marlborough, or elected president of the United States. And unfortunately, that is sad but true. The opposite of shame is honor. And the highest honor given by the United States is the Congressional Medal of Honor. Who is it given to? Men. And for what? For violence, or more precisely, for turning themselves and other men into objects of each other's violence. I do not say this in order to shame those who sacrifice their own safety or even their own lives in the attempt to save their comrades in arms and the rest of us from the violence of other men. I am mentioning these facts in order to clarify the causes of male violence and to clarify why most lethal violence is committed by males against males, so that we can improve our ability to prevent all violence. My point here is to show why violence can be for men a very powerful way to ward off shame and to achieve pride and honor instead, whereas it does not serve that purpose for women nearly as frequently or effectively. What women are honored for, or under conditions of patriarchy, is not violence, but sexual chastity outside marriage and fidelity and fertility within marriage. I am calling that female gender role the equivalent of being a sex object because it means that the woman is obliged to renounce her own sexual subjectivity. She is not permitted to have sexual wishes and activities of her own choosing, before, during, or in some cultures even after marriage, but must instead be her husband's sex object. A woman in most patriarchal circumstances of circum-Mediterranean shame and honor cultures will typically be honored for being a virgin until marriage and shamed if she is not. From this comes the tradition in some peasant cultures of hanging bloody sheets outdoors the morning after the newlyweds' first night together as a means of proving that neither the family's nor the new husband's honor has been destroyed by unchastity in the bride. By contrast, a man in such cultures may be shamed for being a virgin at marriage, so at puberty he is traditionally taken by his father or older brother to a house of prostitution or introduced to a mistress. The fact that both women and men assign themselves and other women and men to the gender roles I've just described to the extent that they have internalized the values of patriarchy, down with the patriarchy, and that both women and men enforce their conformity to these roles can be seen by examining the epidemiology of violent crime. In the developed nations, at least, both women and men assign men to the role of violence objects, for both women and men are more likely to kill a man than they are to kill a woman. That is, both sexes see it as more appropriate to kill a man than to kill a woman. The only part of the world in which that might not be true, as a statistical generalization, is in certain Asian societies such as India and China, where lethal violence toward females such as bride burning and female infanticide, killing the female babies, or restricting the ability to have them in the first place, are apparently all too common. I do not know how accurate these statistics are in those developing nations, but there is a discrepancy between reported death rates in which men are in the majority as they are throughout the rest of the world, and overall census figures in which men are also reported to outnumber women, which is not true anywhere else in the world. Another exception, in the most traditional patriarchal societies, women who are perceived as having dishonored the men in their family by engaging in premarital or extramarital sex may be killed by male relatives. And, this is going on in the Middle East all the time, stoning to death of women, women who are seeking equality in any form, really. So as a collective, a human collective, we have a long way to go before women are considered equal to men in every respect across the globe. Even in less rigidly patriarchal societies such as the UK and the US, marital infidelity on the part of the wife is one of the more frequent precipitants of wife murder. But those exceptions only prove the rule, I think, about the nature of gender roles. For the woman who renounces her assigned gender role, which is to be the sex object of her husband, and allows herself to have some sexual subjectivity of her own, thereby also renounces the protection her assigned gender role gave her from violence. The statistics on sexual violence show the opposite pattern. There it is very clear that women are seen as sex objects for the vast majority majority of victims of rape are women, a gender disparity that also applies to incest. In fact, being a rape victim is perhaps the most extreme example of what it means to be a sex object. By definition, the subjective wishes and will of the rape victim are ignored by the rapist. My point here is to distinguish between two types of violence, physical and sexual, in the same way that child abuse is differentiated into physical abuse, the battered child syndrome, infanticide, and sexual abuse, incest, pedophilia. Both are forms of violence, of course, but they show important differences in their epidemiology and their consequences, which I believe can throw light on the psychology both of gender roles and of violence. I've used the terms violence object and sex object for the sake of brevity, but that of course does not mean that rape is not a violent crime. Physical violence can be defined as the inflicting of physical injury or death, and sexual violence as the violation of a person's sexual autonomy. When men are raped by other men, as many are in prisons, the overt, conscious, symbolic meaning of the event is that they are being turned into women, effeminized, which is a source of shame. For example, in prisons in the southern U.S., a male inmate who has been raped is called a gal boy. To be a sex object is to be a woman, and vice versa in the culture of violence called patriarchy. A form of violence towards men and women that may superficially appear to be more or less identical, namely genital mutilation, in fact, also exemplifies and confirms the same gender role differentiation. The purpose of mutilating a girl's genitals is to render her sexually anesthetized and inactive, so as to facilitate the task of turning her into a sex object who will be a virgin before marriage and monogamous after marriage. This is done by removing the basis of her sexual subjectivity, her capacity to have sexual desires and activities of her own, by removing her clitoris and sewing her labia shut. The purpose of mutilating a boy's genitals is, on the contrary, to turn him into a violence object, for the meaning of this ordeal for the boy in most cultures that practice such initiation rites is to challenge him to develop and demonstrate the physical courage and the ability to tolerate physical pain and injury that are a prerequisite for being a warrior, that is, a violence object. And you'll notice again and again that these dynamics are prevalent in our society, and in this turning of human life into possession, into an object, into an inanimate outside rag doll or toy or tool, if you will. It is through passing this test without flinching, crying, or fleeing that he proves he has become a man, that is, someone who is brave enough to let himself become a violence object. For that he will be honored, just as he will be shamed, treated as not a real man for showing any signs of pain or fear. And this goes on, to what is our society teaching our boys? That to show pain or to show fear is to not be a man. Therefore, they internalize everything. It bottles up like, a cork busting open on a wine bottle, and that violence ends up exploding all over the place when that shoving in of feeling and not being able to express and be recognized as a vulnerable, sensitive human being, where that is thwarted, violence is going to crop up its head in one form or another, towards the self or towards others. Homophobia. Another closely related source of violence is homophobia, by which I mean the attitude of fear, hatred, and contempt for homosexuality and homosexuals. The reason for homophobia has long been recognized as the fear that one is or is thought to be homosexual oneself, which to the homophobic person is a source of intolerable shame and motivates behavior designed to prove one's heterosexuality. This is particularly likely to result in violence when the homophobic person is a man, because the most direct defense against the fear that one is or could be suspected of being homosexual is to engage in an exaggeration of the heterosexual sex role stereotype. And since violence is part of that definition of masculinity, exaggerated masculinity is likely to take the form of exaggerated violence. People see this where extreme hatred towards homosexuals is seen. And oftentimes, closet homosexuals exhibit a increased level of masculine behavior in order to try and cover up the truth of their real sexual orientation of homosexuality. Defenses against the fear of being or appearing to be homosexual may take a variety of other forms besides violence, of course, such as sexual promiscuity in men, the Don Juan syndrome, although it should be remembered that the original Don Juan committed both rape and murder, machismo, of which violence is only one component, and the avoidance of anything that resembles the feminine sexual stereotypes, such as tenderness, intimacy, nurturance, passivity, dependency, forgiveness, vulnerability, and the capacity to feel anything. Which means that our society is sends men the silent message that they have to be apathetic. They cannot care about anything. And I think that this really comes and hooks into the police brutality. And the capacity to feel anything, physical or emotional, including pain, fear, depression, love, compassion, vulnerability, sadness. The only feeling that many violent men will let themselves feel is anger, rage, and hatred. And here we find neo-Nazis in this category, police, heads of state. That this is the emotion that most closely and directly precedes and stimulates violent behavior is hardly surprising, of course. What I was surprised to observe, however, in the most macho and violent men I worked with, was that they would not allow themselves to even have that feeling. Perhaps this is because being angry reveals that you have something to be angry about, and is too revealing of the fact that you can be hurt by others. Thus, the motto of the most violent men of all could be summarized in the aphorism, "Don't get mad, get even," which is so dangerous because this starts this huge vicious circle of retributive violence that, is seen in, like Romeo and Juliet with the families warring and stuff. It never ends, and the other person always has to have the last hit. Violence is most common when both the shame and the rage that it causes are unacknowledged, even to the self, so that both feelings are effectively unconscious. So imagine pushing all of this down into yourself to such a degree that you don't even realize that you're feeling something. The only way it can come out is in some way that you are not even conscious of, but it ends up coming out. The psychodynamic logic that makes homophobia a generator of violence rests on the fact that the most direct and concrete ways to prove that one does not love men are to murder men and rape women. And you'll see this in war. Because it's all men usually together. They're gone for months at a time to another country. They don't have the ability to be affectionate or sexual with the women that they normally have. So they will rape the native women wherever they are at, and kill the men. These communicate the messages, "I do not love men, I hate them, and to prove that, I will show you how much I hate them by killing them." And "I do not desire men sexually, I desire women, and to prove that, I will show you how much I desire them by raping them." I emphasize the importance and centrality of homophobia as a cause of male violence because I was confronted with evidence of it on a daily basis in my work with the most violent men in our society produces in the most violent environment, the prison. This is an environment that stimulates homophobia, and it also stimulates homosexuality. Given the high incidence because everybody's all together and they're all males and they're all being denied their sexuality, giving saltpeter so they can't even get an erection, which in and of itself is a shameful experience because not being able to get it up is considered an unmanly thing, or that people are shamed for it. An environment that stimulates homophobia, given the high incidence of the rape of male prisoners by other male prisoners, most of whom would kill you if you made the mistake of imagining that their raping other men meant that they themselves were gay. So this is gets really twisted in people's minds, but this is how it operates, and this is why. For example, there are a few psychological crises in a male prisoner's life that are more likely to result in his going berserk and assaulting everyone in his environment than the phenomenon called homosexual panic, a mental state that includes the fear that he is surrounded by homosexual men who are bent on raping him or turning him into a homosexual or a woman. Which, is it so far-fetched to have a fear like that if you are surrounded by men who, if you don't exhibit violence towards them, will rape you and turn you effeminate? I mean, it's not imagined. It's very real in these instances. But it can be exaggerated in the mind of a person who is in that situation. Conflicts over homosexuality, both intrapsychic and interpersonal, have been reported by most observers, myself included, to be among the main causes of the homicides that occur in prisons. But it would be a mistake to think that the homophobia that these men experienced and to which they responded by becoming violent was simply a rational response to the real danger of being raped by other men in the unique environment of the prison. For many of the murders that these men had committed in the community before they had ever been inside a prison revolved around the same issue. So, like, again, the prison is a microcosm of the macrocosm of society. And that's why when he went into the prisons, he was able to relate this to all of society in a larger way, which is so important. For many of the murders these men committed in the community before they had ever been inside a prison revolved around the same issue. One man who had run away from home at the age of 12 after his abusive alcoholic father attacked him with a butcher knife had found no way to support himself on the streets except by working as a male prostitute. After some years of that, a man that he picked up made the mistake of assuming that the fact that he worked as a male prostitute meant that he was gay. His response was immediate and lethal. Killing the man was the only way he could imagine to prove that he was heterosexual. But even in cases where the link to homophobia is not so immediate and obvious, I am convinced that homophobia underlies most male violence. I say that because, as I explained in my earlier book, violence is to behavior what paranoia is to thoughts. Violence is to behavior what paranoia is to thoughts. Violence is the behavioral equivalent of paranoia, the acting out of the core delusion that other people are dangerous to oneself and that one can only defend oneself by attacking or even killing them. And this is so important about police brutality, this right here. I'm going to read it again. Violence is the behavioral equivalent of paranoia, the acting out of the core delusion that other people are dangerous to oneself and that one can only defend oneself by attacking or even killing them. And this is basically what a lot of cops are feeling when they go out onto the beat, is that people are dangerous and that they can only defend themselves by attacking or killing them. And this is why these guns are being drawn and people are being killed so quickly. It is not a it is not a wait and see what happens and then pull your gun. It is not even a pull your gun and wait to see what happens. It is a pull the gun and kill the person before they even get words out of their mouth, while they're just reaching for something like their inhaler or their license, which the cop has asked them to provide. That is why what looks like offensive violence to observers always feels like self-defense to the violent person. And this is why a lot of cops, I think, are not charged, is because not only of the protections that they benefit from within police unions and the absolute power of the positions that they are allowed to be in, but also it is easy for people to say, I thought that this person was going to shoot me, so I shot them first. They, sometimes do truly believe that they're justified in what they're doing because to them it looks that way and it is justified in their minds. I believe that Freud was profoundly correct when he traced the etiology of paranoia to homophobia, in which the paranoid delusion is a defense against a shame-provoking perception of oneself as homosexual. The thought processes that produce paranoid delusions, as Freud saw, consist of denial and projection. Denial that I love him by reversing it into I hate him, and projection of that thought onto the other person, reversing I hate him into he hates me. homophobia, patriarchal or sexist attitudes with a devaluation of everything female and an overvaluation of everything masculine, a defensive exaggeration of the male gender role in the form of a kind of hypermasculinity or machismo, and the constant threat or reality of violence. I have never seen such an intensification of all those attitudes as I did in the prisons. In fact, the prisons were not only a pure culture of violence, as I said earlier, but also a pure culture of patriarchy, machismo, and homophobia. And that is one of the reasons why corrections needs to be changed and needs to be completely flipped upside down, because these are breeding grounds for more violence. And that is why a lot of people, when they get out, they're committing not only the same crimes, but they're committing them in better ways, because they've all been sitting there in this cesspool and learning from each other how to be better criminals, essentially. So they put them all together in a violent atmosphere, tell them not to be violent while all they're being taught around them is violence. That's fucked up. And they're supposed to somehow get out of that on their own without any resources or support or education. Go figure. So, and this really comes down to also the incentivizing of not solving, with money. Why solve the problem when you can just keep the problem going and can keep making money off of it? If you actually solve the problem, then you're not going to be able to make money off of it anymore, because the problem's been solved. This goes for healthcare, this goes for the prison system, this goes for a lot of the ills of our society. Because it's money driven, there's incentive to keep the game going and not actually solve the problem, or to deal with symptoms instead of causes. You can always deal with a symptom, but that's not going to stop the root cause. Homophobia, patriarchal, or sexist attitudes with a devaluation of everything female. Oh, okay, I already read that part. Since all these attitudes seem to group themselves together and to reinforce each other, thus forming a syndrome, and since their defensive purpose seems so transparent, namely to reassure the individual that he's a real man whose sexual adequacy as a man cannot be doubted, I could not help but conclude that perhaps homophobia also underlies the whole value system and cultural pattern that we call patriarchy. I'm going to read that again because it's so important. Could not help but conclude that perhaps homophobia also underlies the whole value system and cultural pattern that we call patriarchy. Now, this is really interesting because this explains why people of the cloth are often found to be pedophiles. It explains why people in the Boy Scouts, the heads of the Boy Scouts, have ultimately been revealed as pedophiles. It explains heads of government that are pedophiles, military that are homosexuals and pedophiles. Like, these things are the patriarchal structure of our society is homophobia, according to this guy, and it does make a lot of sense. Since all these attitudes seem to group themselves together and reinforce each other. Okay, this includes the exaggerated polarization of gender roles, the purpose of which is clearly to prove something that would need no proof if it were not doubted, namely that men are men and women are women and never the twain shall meet, okay? And this is why this aggression towards trans people, towards gay people, towards bisexual people even, is such a huge problem. Prisons are, among other things, a microcosm of the society that produces them, but a microcosm in which some of the problems that exist in the society at large are so concentrated, distilled, and exaggerated that we can see more clearly they're some of the uglier, or at least more dangerous and destructive aspects of our society. And I'm going to end this section. This is the end of chapter 3. And this just gives you something to chew on here and really think deeply about. That's why I'm doing this, is because nobody's talking about this. You'll see little parts of it here and there and snippets, but it most certainly isn't usually related to scientific inquiry or study, and usually is in such disarray when people are expressing it that the cohesiveness in the larger picture is not seen. So thank you so much for listening, and I hope that you continue to watch this series of preventing violence and educational. Thank you. Hello, this is Rebecca, Life with the Fritz, and this is part 6, and I'm starting to read chapter 4. It is a new theory of violence, and this is, again, preventing violence educational. One of the advantages of the theory of violence proposed in this book is that it is capable of explaining 2 paradoxical facts that would otherwise be difficult to account for. Oops, I forgot to shut the door. I'm soaking my feet while I do this. 2 birds with 1 stone. Okay. Explaining 2 paradoxical facts that would otherwise be difficult to account for. The first is that while there are correlations between lower social class and case status, youth, and masculine gender on the one hand, and violence on the other, it is clear that most of those who are poor, young, and or male never commit a serious act of violence in their entire lives. This paradoxical finding raises the question, are relative poverty, discrimination on the basis of age and race, and sexual asymmetry causes of violence, or do they merely correlate statistically with some other factor that does cause violence? The theory presented here implies that it is not poverty, racism, sexism, or age discrimination as such that actually causes violence. It is rather that each correlates with violence because each increases the statistical probability that individuals exposed to these social forces will be subjected to intolerable and potentially self-destroying intensities of shame, from which they do not perceive themselves as having any means of rescuing themselves except by violence, preferably towards others, as in homicide, but also towards themselves, as in suicide, when homicide is not perceived as being possible or likely to succeed in reducing the shame to tolerable levels. These pathogenic social forces can be considered risk factors for violence. They increase the risk that the person exposed to them will be subjected to a loading of disrespect that will overwhelm his capacity to find nonviolent means of maintaining his self-respect. These considerations are relevant to the search for means of preventing violence, for they suggest that we look not only for ways to reduce the degree to which people are exposed to those risk factors, but also for ways to identify and augment whatever psychological, social, or even biological protective factors could neutralize the risk factors. The second fact that this theory can explain is that some people who are not poor, young, male, or members of minority groups do commit serious violence. Clearly, therefore, some other factor must also be capable of causing violence. Thus, not only are poverty, racism, and the other risk factors not sufficient to cause violence, they are also not necessary. The theory presented here can be summarized in the proposition that the cause of violence is not, for example, poverty as such, but rather there is a correlation between poverty and violence because both are correlated statistically, but only statistically, with the real cause of violence, which is overwhelming and otherwise inescapable and ineradicable shame. 2 corollaries follow. 1. Any of the other means, in addition to class, caste, and age stratification and sexual asymmetry, by which people can be exposed to overwhelming and inescapable shame, and there are many, can also cause violence. 2, any factor that reduces the shame-inducing effect of, say, relative poverty, unemployment, lower caste status, youth, or male gender can protect the person from being overwhelmed by shame and can hence reduce the probability that he will resort to violence. So if you're a very poor person and you're experiencing feelings of shame and somebody comes along and they say, I can identify with you and what you're feeling is understandable, and your self-worth, you're a wonderful person, even if you're poor. Your self-worth shouldn't have to depend on the money that you are not bringing in. Like if somebody comes along and lets that person know that they care, then they can help lower the risk factor that person will end up being violent in some way, shape, or form. So that's just one way. But it's just an example of how easy it can be to help somebody by giving them support, encouragement, and helping to build their self-esteem. Violence, like all behavior and all disease, is multi-determined. It is the product of the interaction between a multiplicity of biological, psychological, and social causes or variables. For example, male sex hormones, child abuse, and relative poverty, each of which can be shown to have the effect of increasing or decreasing the frequency and severity of violence when all the other variables are held constant. However, beneath all that, there are certain regularities and unities, one of which is that shame is a necessary but not a sufficient cause of violence, in the same sense that the tubercle bacillus is a necessary but not a sufficient cause of tuberculosis. Feelings of shame versus their opposite, pride, tend to revolve around the question of perceived sexual adequacy or inadequacy, so that almost any experience that can leave a man feeling ashamed does so by leaving him feeling that he is something less than a man. And this isn't necessarily true with women, but it certainly holds true with men. My point is that in the type of culture called patriarchy, man means adult rather than a boy, potent rather than impotent, courageous rather than a wimp or a coward, active rather than passive, dominant rather than submissive, heterosexual rather than homosexual, masculine rather than feminine, ballsy rather than castrated or a eunuch, a master rather than a slave, financially successful rather than poor, etc. For example, for many, a man, the most painful aspect of being poor is that it means he is not an adequate man, not a real man. And that image of the man who is not really a man easily melds into the image of the gay man, whether on a conscious or unconscious level. When I suggest that homophobia is so central that it is like shame, virtually universally present wherever violence occurs, I am trying to suggest that for men under patriarchy, the image or concept of homosexuality functions as a kind of universal symbol or equivalent of every form of masculine sexual inadequacy. That it therefore epitomizes every cause of shame, and that there are few self-images that cause patriarchally conditioned men to feel shame more deeply than the perception by themselves or others that they might be gay. Many men will resort to almost any degree of violence if that is what it takes for them to ward off that perception of themselves. But the underlying issue is still shame. Shame over being an inadequate man or a non-man, someone who is not really a man. And here I'd like to point out that those who have accepted that they are homosexuals, I'd like to suggest that they have a greater degree of self-esteem than those who may be latently homosexual or unconsciously homosexual and fighting against that by trying to be extra masculine and by hatred of homosexuals. So, I believe that's the reason why a person can be open and honest with their sexual orientation is because they have the self-esteem that's required in order to have that openness and that honesty and to actually live their lives without feeling like they have to hide who they really are. So those are very brave people, and there are a lot of them coming out in our society, and I applaud them. The American high school massacres. There's a paradox at the heart of the series of mass murders that occurred in high schools throughout the United States during the last years of the 20th century. These massacres puzzled many people and were difficult for many theories of violence to explain because the perpetrators were middle class or even very affluent white youths. They were neither poor nor black. It is true that they possessed two risk factors, namely being young and male, which is statistically true of most violence, but they violated the statistical generalization that direct interpersonal violence toward others is most common among those who are of lower class and caste status. So why did they commit such horrific violence? The answer is clear given the points made earlier. They felt overwhelmingly humiliated by being cast in an inferior role. In every single case, the high school mass murderers are described or described themselves as feeling shamed by being rejected, ostracized, taunted, teased, mocked, ridiculed, bullied, insulted, disrespected, and or publicly accused of possessing traits that they found shameful, such as homosexuality. For the sake of brevity, I will mention details from only 2 of these mass murders. I was personally involved in one of them after the lawyer of one of the perpetrators contacted me because his client walked right out of my book, Violence. The other is the Littleton, Colorado tragedy. Quotations from the diaries, videotapes, and websites of the perpetrators were later published. But I would emphasize that the same principles apply to all of them to the extent that details of each that have been made publicly available. And I would add here that mental illness also plays into acts of violence, which sometimes, as he mentioned earlier in the book, is aggravated by societal factors. So, because some of these shooters were on medications or had recently come off of medications, and they had mental health issues. And that's the only reason I mention it, because the homosexual aspect and the shame is one factor, but mental health also can be as well. Which is why we need universal health care, because it's easier to prevent things from happening than it is to do damage control. And our country seems to be very much about, oh, well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, or we'll figure out that when the damage occurs. No. And you know, over time, you can see how that mentality has destroyed our country and is continuing to destroy our country. Okay, 2 other facts about these mass murders are also worth noticing. The first is that they were highly unusual. For the vast majority of American teenagers, the safest places in the community are their schools, where lethal violence is much rarer than on the city streets or even in their homes. The second is that the main reason these highly unusual and atypical events receive so much attention in the mass media is because they were so atypical in another respect. They involve white, middle-class youngsters. Black teenagers have been killing each other at incomparably higher rates for decades, 7 to 10 times as often. But the media have, for the most part, devoted little or no soul searching to this violence. Rather, it is tended to be taken for granted as just what those people do. Fucking assholes for saying that or thinking that. Or treated as if it were as unavoidable a characteristic of their nature as, say, monsoons are of the South China Sea. As if it's some genetic predisposition, which is a load of fucking crap, because everybody is a human being and should be treated as such. But let a white middle-class child kill his classmates, and suddenly we perceive the decline of the West all over again. These distortions in popular perceptions of violence in America are important not only in themselves, however, but also because the very fact that these distortions exist and are so widespread in our culture specifically, and in our media, can help us to understand the atypical violence of the white middle-class students themselves, as I will attempt to show. And right now I'm going to add a little opinion of my own, which is that in Littleton, Colorado, the biggest industry in Littleton is the mass production of nuclear weapons. And everybody knows it. Everybody, that is their subsistence there. And I think it really, on a collective level, and an unconscious collective level of humanity, reinforces the propensity for violence and the ideology that violence is the answer, because all of these people were profiting off of, clearly the destruction of humanity in other parts of the globe. And what you do to others, you're doing to yourself ultimately. And I think that this tragedy manifested partially as a result of that collective ideology. whether conscious or unconscious. Again. Let's see here. Okay. To protect the confidentiality of the forensic psychiatric interviews with the first of the high school shooters, I will call him Tommy, not his real name, and I will intermingle quotations from the reports submitted by 5 clinicians who interviewed him. Tommy was a teenage American high school student who killed and wounded several of his classmates in the late 1990s, following which he cried out, "Kill me now." When he was interviewed by a detective, he was at first unable to explain why he had done any of this, and then blurted out, "I guess I just got mad because everybody kept making fun of me." Later interviews with psychiatrists and psychologists revealed the extent of both his anger and of the teasing that contributed to it. Tommy's early memories of school centered on themes of being taunted. Kids continued to pick on him when he began high school. Extensive harassment in which he was called gay, faggot, nerd, geek, and pussy. He stated that he was also spat upon. The harassment became particularly pernicious following publication of a false rumor in the school newspaper that he was having a homosexual relationship with another student. Okay, so that shame, when thrust upon an individual, especially when it's not true, and they have no way of proving otherwise. And this is like an entire community of people that is being, where, you know, these things are being publicly known about him and are not true. He was humiliated by the allegation, particularly when the other students began to tease him and call him gay and faggot almost daily. He said that kids would call him gay because he didn't like to be mean to girls. He felt that his peers began to assault his masculinity because, in his view, he wasn't mean enough. He's not had any sexual experiences and said that kids make fun of him because of this. Kids are mean as hell. And that's stemming from our society. Our society teaches people to be this way, conditions them, whether they're being taught that in the home, whether they're being taught this even on a conscious level. It's being taught, it's being conditioned, it's going into the subconscious of millions of boys every day. His anger over rejections and humiliation mounted. He then hit upon the solution that an act of violence would change the way kids perceived him in school and give him the recognition and acceptance he longed for, which is moronic because he wasn't thinking far enough into the equation to say, oh yeah, if I shoot up the school, I'm going to get arrested and thrown in jail the rest of my life or die. He found the idea of shooting students and taking over the school compelling. He imagined that he would gain the respect and awe, if not admiration, of other students. No one would tease him or humiliate him again. He said what he really wanted was more respect from the kids. He repeatedly said that at the time of the shooting, the thought which kept running through his mind was, you've got to do this for yourself. There's probably no better indication of the subjective distress Tommy experienced before the shooting than the statement he made that prison would be better than what he was going through. And that's not necessarily true because we all know what goes on in prisons. Because at least the teasing would stop. He thought that if he got into trouble, he would not lose that much because I didn't have that much. I didn't feel as if anyone really liked me. He reported that he was tired of people making fun of me. I couldn't stand it anymore. If I shot one of them or scared them all, they would leave me alone. And this is where I mentioned earlier about bullying and how the bullied often turn into bullies. And I think that this is something it's like tag, pass it on kind of thing in our society. If you allow it to become that way, if you're not aware and you don't say to yours, because I was teased and bullied mercilessly as a child. I was a preemie, so I was very, very small. I was never picked in sports. I sat alone at lunch or only hung out with the nerds. I was teacher's pet, so I excelled because I was smart, and I was teased because of that. My mother was on welfare, so they used to say I live in a cardboard box and I'm a welfare child. Of course, I'm a female, and society says that to be aggressive and violent, in my case, is unacceptable, and that's a further source of shame. So, like he said earlier in the book, the likelihood of a female being this way to achieve those ends really doesn't make any sense. But for boys, it becomes a very real possibility and option. When he actually brought his guns to school, a friend of his was so impressed, he said, "You got the biggest balls here." He felt he could not change his mind because the boys would laugh at him for bringing the guns if he did not go ahead with the plans to use them. Ironically, his plan for gaining respect through violence turned out to be more successful than any other strategy he had up to that point, for he said that after the incident, "People respect me now." He reported that he liked the juvenile detention home better than high school, that the kids were nicer to him, he was not being teased or put down. Wow, that's fucked up. The tragedy, of course, is that neither he nor the adults responsible for him found any less destructive way to enable him to diminish or tolerate the overwhelming shame and humiliation he had been experiencing. And along with shame and humiliation, I would say ostracization and what's the word that they use when they banish someone? Banishment, or I think it starts with an E. I can't think of the word right now, but that feeling of, that severe feeling of not belonging, of feeling, outside of ever being accepted in any way is a very strong thing. So when we're talking about shame and humiliation, those kind of things are also included in that. The story of the massacre at Columbine High School in Littleton, Colorado was virtually identical to that of the one Tommy committed. The two killers, Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, were subjected to repeated taunting, teasing, insults, name-calling, rejection, and accusations, apparently false, of being homosexual. A journalist with the New York Times reported the preps and jocks who ruled the school, overextended masculinity, taunted the group in the hallways with sarcastic jibes. One member of the Trenchcoat Mafia was quoted in today's Denver Post as saying that they had been pushed down against lockers and had rocks in lunchroom, mashed potatoes thrown in their faces by jocks. Jody Wilgerin, Click's dark journey began with a black coat is the reference there. And these allegations were confirmed by many of the jocks, the athletes at the top of the school's social hierarchy, just as the shooters were at the bottom of it. One football player was quoted as saying, "Columbine is a clean, good place except for those rejects. Most kids didn't want them there. Sure, we teased them, but what do you expect with kids who come to school with weird hairdos and horns on their hats?" In other words, people who don't subscribe to social norms. Fuck social norms. That's my opinion. Fuck social norms. They fuck with your head. Everybody should be unique and be the person that they want to be, and they shouldn't be afraid to do that. It's not just jocks. The whole school's disgusted with them. They're a bunch of homos grabbing each other's private parts. If you want to get rid of someone, usually you tease them, so the whole school would call them homos. Nancy Gibbs and Timothy Roche, the Columbine tapes. And that is that source. The effect of this on Harris and Klebold, judging from what they wrote, said, and did, was shame, leading to rage, leading to violence, and a desperate attempt to replace shame with respect so as to stop the social and psychological annihilation they were undergoing. The tragedy was that neither of them found a way to rescue his self-esteem, and hence his self, except at the expense of his body, his physical survival, and the bodies and physical survival of others. They made it very clear in their websites, videotapes, and diaries what their feelings, motives, and intentions were. In one videotape, for example, Eric Harris said, "Isn't it fun to get the respect that we're going to deserve?" while holding the sawed-off shotgun he would use at Columbine. And in his website, he wrote, "God, I can't wait till I can kill you people. I'll just go to some downtown area and blow up and shoot everything I can. Feel no remorse, no sense of shame. I don't care if I live or die in the shootout. All I want to do is kill and injure as many of you as possible." Wow. It is noteworthy that he combines 4 themes in these remarks. 1, the need to gain respect. 2, the absence of feelings of remorse or guilt. Violence always represents self-defense to those who engage in it. I'm going to say that again. Violence always represents self-defense to those who engage in it, which goes in conjunction with A Course in Miracles and Conversations with God that says all attack is a call for help. Defense of that vulnerable and threatened psychological construct, the self. Furthermore, any experience that specifically intensifies feelings of shame and simultaneously diminishes feelings of guilt and remorse. So you can't feel shame and guilt typically at the same time. Some people do, but it's not as prevalent. 3, Absence of feelings of shame over the plan to kill everyone. Violence from the point of view of those who engage in it does not intensify shame, it diminishes it and even reverses it into its opposite, namely self-respect and respect from others, which is why the most violent people boast of their violence rather than apologizing for it. That's a, typical thing. They are happy, they do not feel any remorse at all whatsoever, and people are, looking at them like, are you nuts? Well, it becomes a form of psychosis. The willingness to sacrifice, this is 4, the willingness to sacrifice one's body when that is seen as the only means by which one can rescue one's soul or psyche or self, or when oneself has already died, to kill one's body as well, along with other people's, since that may be seen as the only means of escape from an intolerable degree of shame. And also willingness to sacrifice one's body in the defense of one's family. Because, in this society, we are bombarded by people trying to tell us what to do and how to do it, and where and when, and how much. And we are bombarded and exploited by corporations and government entities. And these are all sources of pressure and ultimately sources of shame, because when you're pressuring somebody and they can't come up with the money for a bill or whatever, what have you, they end up having no other recourse in some instances, or they feel they don't have any other recourse other than to strike out in defense of themselves and their families. So these are, when he's talking about these smaller situations, there are other situations that you can apply this to in society where you see these dynamics. One lesson the Columbine tragedy teaches us is that lower social class and case status are far from being the only determinants of overwhelming shame, though they are the most common epidemiologically. I got it right that time, the first time. At Columbine, where everyone was of the same social class and caste, again, at Columbine, where everyone was of the same social class and caste, the criteria for social status involved not money or race, but athletic ability and the kinds of social skills needed for popularity in that particular school, in both of which Harris and Klebold were sadly and even tragically deficient. So there are these status quos that exist, whether anybody actually ever points them out or not. You can feel it, you're experiencing it, and your place in that. And if you happen to believe that what these other people are saying is true, and you don't have the self-worth and self-esteem to withstand those assaults, then it ends up putting these youngsters in precarious positions where they make these kind of tragic decisions. But there's an irony in this tragedy which is too important to overlook. The irony is that the main reason why communities like Littleton and schools like Columbine exist is to enable the families who move to those school districts to benefit from their high school social and economic status and enjoy freedom from poverty and degradation, and from the violence that poverty and degradation bring with them, while leaving the class and caste structure of our society as a whole intact. In other words, they're not challenging these social norms and status quos. They are trying to embody them while ignoring those who do not benefit and often are destroyed because of these social norms. So social norms are really, really important to challenge and to break, and to, get people to understand that it's not right and it cannot continue. They are rescuing themselves at the expense of those who are poor and or colored, and in effect abandoning them to these war zones of almost unlimited violence, the inner city ghettos into which the underclass is segregated in the American version of apartheid. And this is so very true. I live in the middle of Detroit because I trust my neighbors in the ghetto, in the hood, more than I trust our governmental entities who condition and hold these societal structures in place, which is the basis of white supremacy, superiority based on ... So fuck that. And it needs to be abolished. As one of the Columbine football players said after the massacre, I thought we lived in a bubble. And they were living in a bubble, an enclave of privilege, affluence, and advantage from which the poor and weak were excluded. The problem was, however, that violence, which they had tried to eliminate by living only among others of the same class and caste status, followed them right into that bubble. And of course, it was inevitable, for even by calling Littleton a bubble, the student who used that word indicated that he knew something very different existed outside it, namely a world that was not so privileged. So Littleton, which superficially resembled a classless society, was in fact the product of the most extreme development of the system of class stratification, namely the rigid segregation of breathtakingly affluent suburbs from wretchedly poor, virtually uninhabitable inner city ghettos, while profiting off of the nuclear destruction of the world. Wow. I do not say this with any sense of self-righteousness, for like most upper middle class professionals, I have done exactly the same thing myself in the effort to provide my children and myself with the best possible education and the highest possible degree of freedom from crime and violence, which is why you have this divide amongst Black people now who are more affluent than the poor, and why they are seen as turning on their fellow race, because the money changes everything. And you want your children to do good and have better things. You want to have better things. You want to live more comfortably. And these things are, obviously seen as positive things. But if you are moving outside of poverty in order to provide for and protect your family without acknowledging the issues in our society that exist and the class wealth aspect, not just the race issue, but the class issue. And I, as an activist, have a very intimate experience with this as a white woman who has lived in poverty my entire life. I have that inside view, and so it allows me to be a bridge between people. And so this separation by class is a huge thing, and it's going to continue to be a huge thing until people realize that and accept and acknowledge and try to work towards equality in wealth, not only in race, but in wealth. I mean, these things are hand in hand. They're inextricably linked because our society is a capitalistic society and has been built on the backs of other people and taking advantage of other people and getting over on other people. And you can't teach somebody that this is how you get by in society and then complain when they use the very tools that you've conditioned into them through society. A guy sticks up a guy with a gun on the street corner and you say, oh my God, why did he do that? Maybe because he's watched greedy white businessmen in suits stealing from the American public his entire life. These kind of things, you can't expect people to act differently than the soup in which they exist. Let's see, where was I? Why did it do that? Oh, that's a little bit. Hold on. I'm merely insisting we cannot even begin to prevent violence until we can acknowledge what we ourselves are doing that contributes to it actively or passively, and to remember that in a democracy, we are all responsible for all. And I think this is where the term brother's keeper comes in, although if you have the experience of nosy neighbors, you might not believe so much in your brother's keeper. What that means is that if we want to prevent or at least diminish the violence to which we all are vulnerable, even in affluent communities like Littleton, then it is essential that we do not cease to work toward true social and economic equality throughout our society. And this is why this call to defund the police is so important. It really is. You cannot give all the power to the guns. Respect by force is not the way. Respect by equality is the way. Respect by power and control is not the way. Respect by respecting others and affording them the same comforts and opportunities as you are is the way. Otherwise, the violence that we move to our little version of Littleton to escape will follow us right into the bubble that we had thought would be safe. And this is why it is so hilarious to me that people live in the suburbs and believe that they're sheltered from the violence that's going on in society. Black people in the hood might be on the front lines, but guess what? It's coming to a neighborhood near you because you're second in line. You cannot escape it. It will. And then this is a lot of what we're seeing in the suburbs nowadays with heroin addiction and how it's devastating communities. And now look how it's being treated as a public health problem when crack addiction was not treated as a public health problem in the hood. These kind of disparities and injustices and disenfranchisement are what is fueling the issues that are going on in our society today. And that's why it's so important that we alleviate them as soon as possible, because there is no peace and comfort and safety without it. And you cannot just march a bunch of cops with military gear and National Guard and guys with big, huge guns into every community demanding that they just shut the fuck up, and that they not protest and they not retaliate against blatant disrespect of their community and their race. And I digress. Okay. For what Littleton did was to reproduce the very status hierarchy that it was meant as an escape from, albeit one that was governed by different criteria. So you can't just pick up and make your own little world and expect that these issues are not going to follow you in when you're not addressing the root causes of the issues that you were trying to escape from to begin with, okay? Why did it do that? Or to be more exact, how could it have avoided doing that? It is a question of values. To the extent that we place a positive value on social stratification and hierarchies, whether actively or passively, consciously or unconsciously, then we signal to our children that status systems are a good thing and that they are likely then to reproduce their own versions. Whether they want to or not, what you're pounding into them is what's going to come back out. Working to dismantle all status hierarchies, however, does not at all require that we stop making distinctions between better or worse quality work, whether in the arts, the sciences, or any other field of endeavor. Which is why I think some people have an issue with, what is it called? When they force them to hire in affirmative action, that's what it's called. This is why people have a problem with affirmative action. But I'm more qualified, I did the better job, but this person who is of a skin color gets the job, even though he's not doing as good of a job as me. These kind of distinctions are important to make. At the same time, that has to be a balance, because you can't just have a bunch of shitty people that are unqualified that are in those positions. And there are a lot of white people that are shitty and they do not do a good job also. That's not to say that, I want to make sure that I'm saying this, but what it means is that there has to be a balance there. Yes, you have to hire people that are different from you. You have to. You cannot just hire a bunch of white people because you think that they're better. They're not better. They're not genetically better. As a matter of fact, they've caused more wars and killed more people in the name of righteousness than any other race on this earth, any other race. So it's important to self-examine and to examine where you're coming from and to really see this bigger picture. We have to recognize that the only basis on which we can live with each other without violence is one of mutual respect, human respect. A respect that is so deep and unconditional that is not dependent on achievement or behavior, but is respect for human dignity, for the inviolability of the human soul and personality, and a determination not to subject anyone to any shame that is not an unavoidable consequence of the fact that we are all imperfect and therefore will all inevitably and appropriately suffer the narcissistic wound of acknowledging our own imperfections. Nobody's perfect. Nobody is genetically superior either. Finally, it's important to remember Malcolm X's insight that no one can give someone else self-esteem or self-respect. People can only acquire that for themselves through their own achievements and way of life, this is an interesting dichotomy, because I went to a parenting class many years ago and the lady was talking about building self-esteem in children. And, we got to the point where we started talking about, well, what if your parents didn't give you that? How do you get that? So she started saying through sports, and I said, okay, but these are things that other people have to applaud you for. Woohoo, you got you know what I mean? So it is, it's an irony, but also self-esteem is not just obtained for oneself through skills and abilities that other people can applaud. It is your own, responsibility to say, wow, I did a good job, even if nobody else is there to tell you. It is your responsibility to be positive with yourself. Or if you realize suddenly that you're beating up on yourself, to say, you know what, I need to stop doing this. And I have to shift my thinking in that stupid little tape in my head, whether it was your parents or your school teachers or your coach or whoever outside of you may have given you that little shitty tape that goes through your head, to challenge that every step of the way. And to also, you need to be bringing an energy from sources that do not require that you're stealing energy from other people. I haven't done any videos yet on human energy, but there are ways, reading books, watching inspirational movies, looking for inspirational phrases, study, research, and emulation of role models, practicing of a skill, and the personal, private validation that you feel when you first start doing something. For instance, I'm just starting out doing the electric guitar and I only know a couple of chords and I feel stupid and like I don't know what I'm doing, but the only way I'm going to get better is by practicing. And then one day when I've actually learned an entire song, I can say to myself, like, wow, look how far you've come. And that self-acknowledgement is so important. And so even though I don't think he really mentions it in this book, it doesn't have to come from outside of you. You can be a full-grown adult with self-esteem issues and find ways to build yourself up without dominating and destroying other people. It doesn't have to be force. And you will never truly be respected when you are forcing other people to do something. It's not real respect. It's only respect by force. And as soon as that person has the opportunity to escape that situation, they will, because it's wrong. There's a reason why we have higher brain thinking than every other species on the planet. And that is because we have the capacity to be different than animals and to not be ruthless and to be peaceful. And the very fabric of our humanity includes cooperation. And that's what all of nature really is based on. And people get it twisted because somebody took one line out of a book by Darwin and twisted it into this one little phrase, survival of the fittest. And we actually are cooperative, and all of life is cooperative. Otherwise, none of this would exist this far. So, No one can give someone else self-esteem or self-respect. People can only acquire that for themselves through their own achievements and way of life. But we can choose whether we make available the tools people need to acquire their own self-esteem by deciding whether to do everything possible to guarantee true equality of opportunity, including equal access to education. And that's so important. There is only so much that you can do on your own to uplift yourself and give and build your self-esteem. There are times when my building of my own self-esteem hasn't worked, and I'm sitting here thinking, like, the old things that used to work, why aren't they working anymore? And it's because I don't have any economic advantages. I don't have a license, because every time I try to drive to go get the money, they punish me more by ticketing me, because all they are is greedy fucks who care about getting money. So I never have the license, I never have the money, I'm consistently living in poverty, and I literally had to squat in my house in order to obtain the deed to it. That is how I got my home, was because my family and I were homeless. I got out of a domestic violence shelter, which the domestic violence was caused, again, by everything that I'm explaining in this book. These pressures of society that you cannot escape, they're pervasive in personal relationships regarding money, employment, pride, and they cause issues that end up snowballing and causing a domino effect in your life. So at any rate, I took over this house and I still live in poverty. I'm still struggling to keep employment and raise myself up in the society and have the things I need for my children, because there are no opportunities for that advancement. They don't have a program for somebody like me who could get traffic tickets wiped. You know, they say, oh, amnesty at the 36th District Court if you have a pocket full of money. Well, when do I ever have a pocket full of money? Because I never saw any stimulus from Trump's shit, because I didn't file taxes the last 2 years. Or when I did file, it was too late. You know, like, I digress. Thus, it is not enough to provide schools like Columbine High only for the children of the affluent white upper middle class. It is just as essential to provide schools of equal quality for every child everywhere, for failure to do so sends a message to all of our children, both those in the ghetto and those in the Columbines of the world. This message is that creating status hierarchies that expose those at the bottom to soul-destroying, violence-provoking intensities of humiliation is acceptable human behavior, and it is not. It is not. Every single person on this earth, on this planet, deserves the same respect and opportunity as anybody else. And the fact that that is not happening is the reason for all of the violence. People holding on and hoarding and hiding and being greedy fucks at the top is what helps perpetrate this. And there are two ways to rectify this. You can lower your expenses, or you can try and make more money, or you can lower your expenses and try to make more money at the same time. When you have neither of those options available, or when you've exhausted all manner in which to do those things, that's when things start to get really dicey. Unemployment. This theory of violence can also explain why there is no one-to-one relationship between unemployment and violence, even though there is in general a statistical correlation between the two. For example, if unemployment is among the causes of violence, why was the murder rate 10 times higher in the United States than in the United Kingdom and the rest of Western Europe during the 1980s and most of the 90s, when the unemployment rate was 2 or 3 times as high in the UK and Europe as it was in the US? The answer, of course, is that it is not unemployment as such that causes violence. What causes violence, rather, is the loss of self-esteem and feelings of self-worth. The blow, especially to one's sense of adequacy as a man. Men are, after all, expected to be the breadwinners and to bring home the bacon. In all patriarchal cultures, and the shame brought on by rejection and enforced passivity and dependency, which can all be precipitated by being fired from one's job. Can be, but are not necessarily. For the psychological meaning of unemployment is shaped both by the psychological strengths and vulnerabilities of the individual. and by the meanings that it is given by the culture in which the individual lives, as embodied and symbolized, for example, by the way in which the society responds economically and in terms of moral value judgments to those who are unemployed. So you don't have a job, therefore you must be lazy or stupid. You can't get hired, so you must be lazy or stupid, or you're not trying hard enough. Catherine S. Newman, a Harvard anthropologist, has written a brilliant exposition of the degree unique among the developed nations of the world to which American culture shames and stigmatizes the unemployed. The source is No Shame in My Game, The Working Poor in the Inner City, 1999. As she puts it, Americans have always been committed to the moral maxim that work defines the person. Given our tradition of equating moral value with employment, it stands to reason that the most profound dividing line in our culture is that separating the working person from the unemployed, we attribute a whole host of moral virtues to those who have found and kept a job, especially when it comes to the American dream. And you can come here and be and do anything you want. This is this fucking shitty ass lie that people are sold all over the world about what it means to be in America. And they buy it because it's glamorous. It looks like it actually does work. We attribute a whole host of moral virtues to those who have found and kept a job, almost any job, and dismiss those who haven't as slothful or irresponsible. We inhabit an unforgiving culture that is blind to the many reasons why some people cross the unemployment barrier and others are left behind. We express this view in a variety of ways in our social policies. Virtually all our benefits, especially health care, but including unemployment insurance, life insurance, child care, tax credits, etc., are provided through the employment system. And you can't get out of it unless you're working under the table or you're in business for yourself. And even then, it ends up catching up with you because then they take a huge chunk and put it towards guns and bombs to invade and destroy and create more violence. In the U.S., however, those outside employment system are categorized. In Western Europe, this is often not the case. Healthcare is provided directly through the tax system and benefits come to people who are political citizens, whether they work or not. In the U.S., however, those outside the employment system are categorized as unworthy and made to feel it by excluding them from these systems of support. And this started with Trump's new law that anybody who doesn't have a child under 5 has to work 80 hours a month in order to get food stamps and Medicaid. Or maybe not the Medicaid, but at least the food stamps. I'm not exactly sure about the rules with that, but it's ridiculous. It is shameful and wrong. Everyone should have food. Everyone should have shelter. Everyone should have warmth. Everyone should have transportation. Everyone should have the basic means that they need to live. And that's why universal basic income is so important. To varying degrees, we take care of the socially excluded by creating stigmatized categories for their benefits, welfare and Medicaid, and inferior grade of health insurance being prime examples. Yet we never confuse the approved, acceptable Americans with the undeserving, and we underscore the difference by separating them into different bureaucratic worlds. From the earliest beginnings of the nation, work has been the sine qua non of membership in the society. I don't know what that means. Work has been, in what context is it used? Work has been the sine qua non of membership in the society, the criteria. We are so divided in other domains, race, geography, and the like, that common ground along almost any other lines is difficult to achieve. The French, by contrast, are French whether they work or not. In other words, people who happen to be unemployed are shamed more severely in the U.S. than in Western Europe in 2 ways. Not only are they given relatively lower levels of financial support for shorter periods of time, but the very way in which that support is legally and bureaucratically structured and defined is more stigmatizing. This is not to say that it is not humiliating to be fired or laid off from one's job or unable to find employment in any society. Nor am I suggesting that the tendency within a nation for rates of criminal and political violence to increase or decrease over time as the unemployment rate rises or falls is exclusive to the United States. It is not. I'm merely suggesting that it is not surprising that the United States suffers vastly higher rates of violence than are seen in Western Europe, even when it is suffering lower levels of unemployment than they are, for there are many other social, economic, and cultural variables besides unemployment that influence the degree to which the members of any given society are exposed to shame. Single parent families. Here we go. This is me all the way. And this is because the father of my children has been so severely shamed and put in captivity and lockup. And the fact that he has been so societally shamed made him unable to find housing, unable to find work, caused domestic violence in our family, and now he's locked up again. And they brought him in on some other shit that he didn't even do. Just 55 grand a year, that's what they get for each prisoner. And they get that 55 grand even when the prisoner is released early. And they put somebody else in the cell, then they get another 55 grand. They have incentive to lock everybody up and fuck everybody over. I'm fucking sick of it. This is my way of fighting back. Single parent families. Another factor that correlates with rates of violence in the United States is the rate of single parent families. Children raised in them are more likely to be abused and are more likely to become delinquent or criminal as they grow older than are children who are raised by two parents. For example, over the past 3 decades, those two variables, the rates of violent crime and of one-parent families, have increased in tandem with each other. The correlation is very close. For some theorists, this has suggested that the enormous increase in the rate of youth violence in the U.S. over the past few decades has been caused by the proportionately similar increase in the rate of single-parent families. And when you're locking up all the men, that's what it creates. More violence, more violence. Don't lock them up and try to actually rehabilitate them or correct them, as the Department of Corrections is supposed to be doing, making our streets and communities safer. No, just lock them up, throw away the key, don't give them any help, and then expect them to come out and be better citizens. As a parent myself, I would be the first to agree that child rearing is such a complex and demanding task that parents need all the help they can get, and that's certainly true. And certainly having two caring and responsible parents available has many advantages over having only one. In addition, children, especially boys, can be shown to benefit in many ways, including diminished risk of delinquency and violent criminality from having a positive male role model in the household. So thank you, State of Michigan, for locking up their father and keeping us and keeping my license from me and keeping me in fucking poverty my entire goddamn life. Thank you. You're fucking awesome. I'd like to sue you. The adult who is most often missing in single parent families is the father. Some criminologists have noticed that Japan, for example, oh, and by the way, just to make it very clear, I am not a criminal. The only record I have is traffic tickets. But yet I have to walk around or drive, and when I'm driving, drive around feeling like I'm some kind of goddamn criminal when I haven't even done anything wrong. Nothing. I haven't done any. The only thing I've done wrong has been poor. And debtor's prison is supposed to be illegal in the United States, so. Some criminologists have noticed that Japan, for example, has practically no single-parent families, and its murder rate is only about 1/10 as high as that of the United States. Sweden's rate of one-parent families, however, has grown almost to equal that in the United States, and over the same period, the past few decades, yet Sweden's homicide rate has also been on average only about 1/10 as high as that of the US during that same time. To understand these differences, we should consider another variable, namely the size of the gap between the rich and the poor, which is getting bigger. The middle class is disappearing. Dear middle class, you are disappearing because of these horrible, destructive ways of being, and that is why the criminal justice system needs to be overhauled completely. It needs to be changed. Otherwise, you're just not going to exist anymore. It's going to be the super rich and it's going to be the super poor all at the bottom. And guess what happens then? Guess what? Every single society who ends up like that, guess what happens? It implodes. It ends up falling. You ever heard of the fall of Rome? Study the fall of Rome because it's happening here. This is Babylon. As stated earlier, Sweden and Japan both have among the lowest degrees of economic inequity in the world, whereas the U.S. has the highest polarization of both wealth and income of any industrialized nation. And these differences exist. And thank you, Trump, for making it worse. Thank you, McConnell. Thank you, Trump. Thank you, Democrats. Thank you, everybody who's working and like shaking hands and eating lunch together after they pretend like they're all enemies because they're all really on the same team, the money team. these differences exist even when comparing different families. I'm sorry to be so sarcastic and have such an attitude, but I've lived in poverty my entire life, so I experienced this to a very real and potent degree. And I have fought tooth and nail to get everything I've ever had. And I was taught to earn everything I got. So it took me a long time to get to this point where I'm like, I deserve mine. Let's see. And these differences exist even when comparing different family structures. For example, as Timothy M. Smeating has shown, the rate of relative poverty is much lower among single-parent families in Sweden than it is among those in the U.S. Even more astonishing, however, is the fact that the rate of relative poverty among single-parent families in Sweden is much lower than it is among two-parent families in the United States. In other words, a single-parent family in Sweden makes more money than a two-parent family, the average two-parent family in the United States. This is because of the system of interest and inflation. They hold the cards, they make the rules, they pull it in and push it out and create housing bubbles and tell you to throw all your retirement into the stock market, and then they crash the market. The shit's got to stop. Wall Street's got to stop. The police have to stop. This power and control bullshit has to stop. And the only way to do that is by people becoming aware of the dynamics of power and control in our society and why these things occur. Thus, it would seem that however much family structure may influence the rate of violence in a society, the overall social and economic structure of the society, the degree to which it is or is not stratified into highly polarized upper and lower social classes and castes, is a much more powerful determinant of the level of violence. There are other differences between the cultures of Sweden and the U.S. that also may contribute to the differences in the correlation between single parenthood and violent crime. The United States, which is strongly puritanical and Calvinist cultural heritage, is much more intolerant of both economic dependency and out-of-wedlock sex than Sweden. Thus, the main form of welfare support for single-parent families in the U.S., until it was ended a year ago, AFDC, Aid to Families with Dependent Children, was specifically denied to families in which the father or any other man was living with the mother, and they would actually go in and sneak around to try and catch the mothers with the men in the home. This was happening, I guess, all through the 60s and 70s. Indeed, government agents have been known to raid the homes of single mothers with no warning in the middle of the night in order to catch them in bed with a man so they could then deprive them and their children of their welfare benefits. This practice, promulgated by politicians who claimed that they were supporting what they called family values, of course had the effect of destroying whatever family life did exist. This is this ongoing thing in America. We're claiming we want one thing, but then the things that we do actually make that problem worse because why? We can make money off of it. Let's not solve the problem. Let's keep the problem going because it lines our pockets and we can shit on gold toilets and wipe with dollar bills. Fortunately for single mothers in Sweden, the whole society is much more tolerant of people's right to organize their sexual life as they wish, and as a result, many more single mothers are in fact able to raise their children with the help of a man, because they're not all being ostracized and destroyed, and the family unit is not destroyed. Another difference between Sweden and the U.S. is that fewer single mothers in Sweden are actually dependent on welfare than is true in the U.S. The main reason for this is that mothers in Sweden receive much more help from the government in getting an education, including vocational training, more help in finding a job, and access to high-quality free childcare so that mothers can work without leaving their children uncared for. The U.S. system, which claims to be based on opposition to dependency, thus fosters more welfare dependency among single mothers than Sweden's does, largely because it is so much more miserly and punitive with the welfare it does provide. You're going to give me enough that as soon as I start to get my footing, you pull it away? As soon as I make enough money that to compensate for the food stamps, you take the food stamps. So what the fuck am I going to be spending my money on? Not bills and rent and transportation. I'm going to be spending all the money on food because that's the first thing that I need. The fucking system is fucked up, and anybody who doesn't understand that needs to really actually crunch some goddamn numbers, because if you are getting food stamps and you get a job, you are penalized then for getting the job because they start taking the food stamps, and all you have then is the money to pay for the food. You're still homeless, you're still broke, you still got no transportation, and then they wonder why people lie on their taxes and don't report their incomes and like all this other shady shit that they, they accuse all welfare people of doing, or whatever, spending it on drugs and shit, which typically there's more people in our Congress that are snorting cocaine and doing fucking illicit drugs than there are welfare recipients, and they've actually proven that via testing with the welfare recipients, that like it's such a small percentage, it doesn't even make sense to test them to try to take their benefits, because they're not doing that. Most people who are that junked out don't even have an ID to be able to get assistance, and I know that from personal experience because of my father, unfortunately. Even more tragically, however, it also fosters much more violence. It is not single motherhood as such that causes the extremely high levels of violence in the United States, then. It is the intense degree of shaming and pressure, societal pressure, financial pressure, to which single mothers and their children are exposed by the punitive, miserly, puritanical elements that still constitute a powerful strain in the culture of the United States. And everyone around the world sees this. But when you're in the fishbowl, it can be harder to see it, but I see it, and I want you to see it. Okay, I'm going to take a break, and then I will start the next chapter. All right. This is Preventing Violence Educational, Part 7, and we're at Chapter 5, and the name of the chapter is How to Create Less Violent Societies. We're really getting to the meat of the issue. We discussed causes. Now, there was a shooting here in Detroit last week. Some police went to arrest someone who had killed some people over the 4th of July, and his buddy, while he was being arrested, his buddy pulled a gun and started shooting at the police, and subsequently was killed by the police himself. There was an outrage, even though the guy was armed and he, shot at the police. But this is a really good example of why this violence prevention information is so important, because a lot of people would say, well, he deserved it, he was shooting at the cops, or all these were druggies, they're selling drugs, so on and so forth. Okay, the thing is, no matter what it was that they did, there were underlying causes behind that. Why do a lot of inner city boys sell drugs? Because that's what there is to do. If they don't have a vehicle, they can't get out into the suburbs. Even if they do get out in the suburbs, who's going to hire them? They're less likely to be hired if they don't have a right education, if they haven't graduated high school. There's all these factors that, cause a person to be in this kind of situation where they would sell drugs, or they would kill someone, or they would feel like they have to carry a gun. So this is a perfect opportunity to take it back to source, to take it back to the foundation and the roots of what really has started all of this. Because you can say all day long, the person just didn't do the right thing, but you're not understanding the pressures and lack of resources, that they're dealing with in these kind of situations that bring a person to this point where they would feel like they have to do something like this. So now we're going to read about how to create less violent societies. And this is something that I think a lot of people really aren't understanding. They're not taking it back to the roots of the issue, or they'll say economic inequality, but it's very vague. So this kind of goes into detail. The first step towards learning how to prevent any health problem is to discover what causes it so that we know what causes need to be removed or neutralized. That is why I discussed the causes of violence at such length in the previous chapters. Once we know the causes, we can apply that knowledge to the issue of prevention in a very direct way. We can stop causing it. We know how to cause violence by shaming people. Therefore, we know how to prevent it. Stop shaming them. That does not mean that we either can or should eliminate shame from the world, for the capacity to experience feelings of shame is as necessary as the capacity to experience physical pain. Just as physical pain signals to us that there is a threat to our physical health, so shame warns us that there is something lacking in our repertoire of social or cognitive skills and knowledge, some failure of development and maturation that needs further work. But unless we provide people with access to the means by which they can develop and mature further, such as education and employment, we leave them with no means other than violence of protecting themselves from potentially overwhelming and intolerable feelings of shame. We know how people shame other people, namely by treating them as inferior on an individual scale or by assigning them to an inferior social and economic status on a collective scale. Not everyone who is shamed in these ways will become violent, because most people have enough independent sources of self-esteem and self-respect to withstand even fairly intense disrespect from others. But if the goal is to start a fight, that is the one method that is most guaranteed to work with whoever is vulnerable to becoming violent. Thus, the first steps toward preventing violence consist of not shaming people, as by disrespecting them, and not depriving them of access to the tools they need in order to attain and maintain their self-respect, even when they're disrespected by others. So there has to be some other means here. If you are a male in our society and you don't have a job, you don't have a car, you don't have any means of upward mobility in our society, that is a constant 24/7 source of shame, whether you're consciously feeling that or it's on an unconscious level. The most important implication this has for the issue of preventing violence is that violence does not occur spontaneously. It occurs only when we cause it. So that the task of preventing violence does not so much require us to do something special as it requires us to stop doing the things we have been doing that cause violence. In other words, to discontinue the individual and social practices and behaviors that have been shown to cause violence. Once we stop causing violence, it will disappear by itself. That simple statement is not as optimistic as it may sound, however, because it is not at all clear how many of those things people will be willing to stop doing, even if they can be convinced that they cause violence. For preventing violence is not the only goal that many people value, and there are many other goals that some value more. As Elliot Curry wrote, we have the level of criminal violence we do because we have arranged our social and economic life in certain ways rather than others. The brutality and violence of American life are a signal that there are profound social costs to maintaining those arrangements. Money, 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 money. Ask the courts, ask the police. Ask the corporate interests. They know why they keep the game going. But by the same token, altering them also has a price. And if we continue to tolerate the conditions that have made us the most violent of industrial societies, it is not because the problem is overwhelmingly mysterious or because we did not know what to do, but because we have decided that the benefits of changing those conditions aren't worth the costs. And that source is Confronting Crime, 1985. It is very important to note, however, that the only segment of the population for whom changing our social and economic conditions in the ways that prevent violence would exact a higher cost would be the extremely wealthy upper or ruling class, the wealthiest 1% of the population, which in the United States today controls some 39% of the total wealth of the nation and 48% of the financial wealth, as shown by Wolf in Top Heavy, 1996, and I'm sure the numbers are much greater now that it's 2020. The other 99% of the population, namely the middle class and the lower class, would benefit not only from decreased rates of violence, which primarily victimize the very poor, but also from a more equitable distribution of the collective wealth and income of our unprecedentedly wealthy societies. Even on a worldwide scale, it would require a remarkably small sacrifice from the wealthiest individuals. They wouldn't even feel it. They could throw money up in the air all day long at you, and they would never feel it. They're that fucking rich. They're so rich they don't know what to do with their fucking money, but they don't want to spend it on making anything better. Or they want to act like they're spending it on making things better by donating to charities and what the fuck ever. Okay. Including the populations of the poorest nations above the subsistence level. I'm going to repeat this. Even on a worldwide scale, it would require a remarkably small sacrifice from the wealthiest individuals and nations to raise everyone on Earth, including the populations of the poorest nations above the subsistence level, as the United Nations Human Development Report 1998 has shown. I emphasize the wealthiest individuals as well as nations because, as the UN report documents, a tiny number of the wealthiest individuals actually possess wealth on a scale that is larger than the annual income of most of the nations of the earth. For example, the 3 richest individuals on earth have assets that exceed the combined gross domestic product of the 48 poorest countries. The assets of the 84 richest individuals exceed the gross domestic product of the most populous nation on earth, China, with 1.2 billion inhabitants. The 225 richest individuals have a combined wealth of over 1 trillion, which is equal to the annual income of the poorest 47% of the world's population, or 2.5 billion people. Now, in the age of COVID-19, corporations and individuals that were already very wealthy have gotten even more wealthy due to the virus and small businesses being shut down and not being able to reopen. So if you think about the concentration of wealth, not only in this country, but in all the rich people in the world, and how easily and quickly these ills of society of the masses could be fixed. How quickly and easily. It is just disgusting that they don't. It really is. It has been shown throughout the world, both internationally and internationally, that reducing economic inequities not only improves physical health and reduces the rate of death from natural causes far more effectively than doctors, medicines, and hospitals, it also decreases the rate of death from both criminal and political violence far more effectively than any system of police forces, prisons, or military interventions ever invented. And this is a statistically proven fact, because we've been doing things the way we've been doing them for a long time, and is it changing anything? No, it's not. So, time for a change. If you're beating your head against the wall doing the same old thing, that's insane. And insanity is doing the same thing, expecting a different result. So let's appeal to those that we can to make changes, and let's try to make changes as we can. And there's 2 ways to do that: by lifting up of income and by reduction of expenses. And that's the route that I took when taking over my house, was reduction of expenses, because to live beyond your means is just futile. It's a never-ending battle. You never win. You're constantly stressed out. You're constantly in survival mode. And by the way, when you're in survival mode, you're operating from the reptilian brain, which means your higher thinking is pretty much cut off. If you want to look it up, there literally is scientific proof. When you are stressed and you're in fight and flight all the time, your higher brain functions are not able to operate properly. You're in survival mode. You're ticked off. You're anxious. You're fearful. You're worried, so on and so forth. It may seem obvious that violence can be caused, but what reason do we have to think that it can be prevented? One reason for believing that is because it is already being prevented or has been prevented in all those nations, cultures, and periods of history that have lower rates of violence than other nations or epochs. My goal in writing this book is simply to make sure that all who read it will learn which choices lead to more violence and which ones to less. So what works and what doesn't, so that whatever choices they make will at least be made with full knowledge of the costs and benefits. Now I'm going to skip this section on social and political democracy, other than saying that there are some societies who have instituted social democracy, or welfare states as they're sometimes called, and achieved an unprecedented decrease in the inequities in wealth and income between the richest and poorest groups in the population, one effect of which is to reduce the frequency of interpersonal or criminal violence. Germany, Japan, and Italy are examples of these countries. Wars and governments have always caused far more homicides than all the individual murderers put together. While the United States adopted political democracy at its inception, it is the only developed nation on earth that has never adopted social democracy, a welfare state. The United States alone among the developed nations does not provide universal health insurance for all its citizens. It has the highest rate of relative poverty among both children and adults and the largest gap between the rich and the poor of any of the major economies. Vastly less adequate levels of unemployment insurance and other components of shared responsibility for human welfare and so on. Thus, it's not surprising that it also has murder rates that have been 5 to 10 times higher as those of any other developed nation year after year. For instance, Canada is across the river, Windsor. They have just as many guns. They have just as many people in the city as they do here. They leave their doors unlocked over there. Their crime rate is almost zero compared to our crime rate, and it's just across the river. So what is the difference? The difference is they have safety nets in place to prevent pressure and lack of resources and shame. Another reason for concluding violence can be prevented and that we know how to do so can be found by contrasting the effects of the peace settlement that occurred after the First World War with that which followed the Second. As well known, the Versailles Treaty that the Allied powers imposed on Germany following the end of World War I included not only a statement condemning Germany, but also a series of financial penalties so punitive that they would have been ruinous had they been fully enforced. The effect of this was to give the right-wing revanchists, of whom Hitler emerged as the leader, an invaluable propaganda tool, namely the ability to win the elections on the campaign promise to undo the shame of Versailles, i.e. the humiliation to which the Allies had subjected Germany. In fact, even before Hitler entered politics, the great British economist John Maynard Keynes, who was delegate at the peace conference, saw how destructive the terms of the Versailles settlement would be to the prospect for future peace, so he resigned in protest and wrote an angry denunciation of it, the economic consequences of the peace, in which he predicted much of what later happened. The point is simply that if one wants peace, then humiliating and punishing one's former enemy is not the way to reach that goal. I'm going to repeat that. The point is simply, if one wants peace, then humiliating and punishing one's former enemy is not the way to reach that goal. For, among other things, it only strengthens the hand of people like Hitler who already want revenge and will gladly use any pretext to get it. Okay, lessons we ourselves can learn from the difference between the results of the two peace settlements is not only that violence can be prevented, but that the worst form of violence can be prevented, namely world war. After the end of World War II, the Allies, far from humiliating the three Axis powers or punishing them financially by ordering them to pay reparations for their war crimes, actually extended financial support to them to help them rebuild their economies after the devastation of the war, and helped them also to establish stable political, democratic institutions for the first time. The result has been more than 50 years of unbroken peace on what had been the bloodiest continent in human history during the previous 30 years. And I'm going to repeat this one more time because the dynamic that's going on in our country right now with shame is so detrimental, and a lot of people think that if you call that out, that it's a racist thing, and that you believe that things should continue on this way, which they should not. Really, it comes down to what works and what doesn't. Okay, if one wants peace, then humiliating and punishing one's former enemy is not the way to reach that goal. So, for all of those in our society who feel oppressed or feel that their ancestors have been oppressed, which they have, it's not a denial to say that if one wants peace, then humiliating and punishing one's former enemy is not the way to reach that goal. This is literally just what works and what doesn't work, right? It has to do with the dynamics of what actually works and not wanting to continue to oppress or wanting to ignore what has happened in the past. It has nothing to do with that. It just has to do with, does this work or not? And it turns out that humiliating and punishment and shame does not work. And I think that that's why some of this stuff is cropping up right now in our society, because when people are forced to hide the way that they feel about other people, it's going to come out in some way or another. And you see it coming out in these very racist attacks and rants on social media, and by these racist groups that are coming out of the woodwork literally everywhere. I'm going to read it one more time. It's so very important. And no matter which side of the line you're standing on, this is what does not work. And it's proven that this is what does not work. The point is simply that if one wants peace, then humiliating and punishing one's former enemy is not the way to reach that goal. For among other things, it only strengthens the hand of people like Hitler and other racist people who already want revenge and will gladly use any pretext to get it. Okay? So either you want peace or you don't. Now, there's some societies here that he's describing. Most of them are not first world societies. And some of them probably don't even exist anymore, so I am going to skip that part. Okay, I will read this part here. Gibson in Haas, The Anthropology of War, 1990, describes a non-violent city, the Buid, a highland group in Mindoro, the Philippines, who reject any form of violence, aggression, or even competition. Their economic system is based on equal sharing of wealth. Their political system eliminates competition for power and prestige, and they have an ideology of ascribed equality. People are considered equal, no matter how successful they are in various activities. They disapprove of boastfulness, quarreling, and attempts to dominate others, which they see as leading to violence and murder. To the Buid Masag, aggressive behavior connotes everything of negative value in social life, and they regard it as typical of their lowland Christian and Muslim antagonists, both of whom have a historical tradition of exploiting the Buid through trading, raiding, and enslaving, whom they hold up as a negative example. Interestingly, the Muslims place a directly opposite value on that same concept. To them, Mesug refers to all that is positively valued in men: virility, courage, and the ability to stand up for one's honor. And just as the two groups place opposite values on aggression, so they do on courage, fear, and flight. The Buid, by contrast, have no word for courage, in the sense of a positively valued aggressive attitude in the face of physical danger. There are many words for fear and flight from danger, neither of which is seen as being reprehensible. Indeed, they are the only rational responses to danger. They do not fight wars, and while even their extraordinarily anti-aggressive value system does not render them completely immune from lethal violence, the only known homicide in a 10-year period was committed by an atypical eccentric who had a fearsome reputation as a sorcerer. Perhaps no social system can guarantee absolute protection from the occasional isolated deviant, and we see this with school shootings and mass murders. Finally, I will refer back to the cross-cultural statistics summarized in Chapter 2 with reference to the causes of violence. Since there is a reciprocity between causation and prevention, those same statistics show the conditions that prevent violence. These are economic and political egalitarianism, with classless societies, no slavery or social castes, and minimal hierarchicalization in the political sphere, and relative freedom from the invidious display of wealth, boasting, sensitivity to insults, and other social and cultural characteristics that tend to stimulate shame, envy, and violence. Namely, competition in our society. We have this stupid, fucked up idea that survival of the fittest at all costs is the way, and it is not. That was cherry-picked out of a book by Darwin. In that book, and I'll let you do your own research, in that book, he says the word love like over 90 times, and also talks about cooperative dynamics in nature. But this one sentence about survival of the fittest is what was cherry-picked out of the text and has become this excuse for people to do whatever they want to other people because may the best man win. And so this competition is promulgated in our society, and it goes all the way from the top all the way down to schoolyard brawls and classrooms and siblings. I mean, there is an amount of, sibling rivalry and competition that's healthy. And I think we do see examples of that in our society, of healthy competition. But this brutalization, this excuse for brutalization, in the name of survival of the fittest, is wrong. And I encourage you to do your research on it. It's not what everybody says that it is. Nature is inherently cooperative. It really is. And there's some other research you can do. There is a documentary called I Am that describes this perfectly. Okay. What is extraordinary about the range of cultures we have discussed so far in this chapter is that for all their variety, ranging from modern post-industrial economies to Anabaptist communal farming communities to the most primitive, non-literate hunting and gathering societies, that they have two things in common. In all of them, wealth and political power are shared unusually equitably, and they all have remarkably reduced rates of violence. It would appear that social and political egalitarianism, democracy, actual democracy and not fake democracy, serves to diminish both shame and violence quite effectively across a wide range of differing levels of overall economic and cultural development. So we don't need to be a carbon copy of another country in order to write the rudder on this. In Chapter 2, we reviewed evidence that unemployment tends to stimulate violence. And boy, are we in a spot with this COVID-19 where unemployment is and will continue to stimulate violence. It is noteworthy that as the rates of unemployment decline, the rates of violence tend to do so as well. Since violence is multi-determined, the effect of any one variable, such as the unemployment rate, can of course be augmented or diminished by the simultaneous effect of other variables, such as the level of unemployment insurance that is provided. And this is why a second stimulus is so important, especially with winter coming. There's the second wave of COVID-19 that's going through the population. And in the meantime, things are opening up. And that is so that the economic crash isn't as bad. But at the same time, it's going to be worse off down the line. And the cold weather's coming. So you got your stimulus check in the spring. You're making it through the summer. But what are you going to do in the wintertime? And if there's no more money coming, if you can't find a job, how are you going to keep your utilities on? How are people not going to freeze to death? How are people not going to be homeless in the streets by the millions? These are things that we're looking at right now. And I really, really, really feel that is why this is so pertinent to understand. Therefore, the high unemployment rates currently seen in many European countries have still not translated into rates of violence remotely as high as those that are seen in the United States, because the social safety net protecting workers from falling into poverty is so much more secure in Europe than it is in the United States. But it is not just the effects of unemployment that can be affected by governmental action. So can the rate of unemployment. For example, for many years in the United States, the Federal Reserve Board has intervened to raise the unemployment rate whenever the danger arose that it might get too low. Think about that. I'm going to read it again. The Federal Reserve Board has intervened to raise the unemployment rate whenever the danger arose that it might get too low. So you have this system that's supposed to be working for you that's actually working against you. Given the effect this can have on the rates of homicide and suicide, and the efforts of other branches of the government to lower the homicide rate, it is clear that different branches of the government have been working at cross purposes. Duh. One does not have to assume that the Federal Reserve Board was deliberately trying to keep the murder rates as high as possible, and I do not assume that in order to note that they could hardly have done anything more effective to that end. Conversely, now that the Federal Reserve Board has finally allowed the unemployment rate to reach a 30-year low, the murder rate's finally fallen slightly below the epidemic levels of the past 30 years, which this was back in 2000, so obviously that's not the case anymore. To the extent that we care about the level of violence in our society, however, it is important to do everything in our power to keep the unemployment rate as low as possible, ideally to provide full employment for everyone able to work. as Roosevelt attempted during the Depression, and at least not actually cause unemployment. If there is an unavoidable minimum of unemployment, we must try to mitigate the humiliating effects of not being able to find a job, such as providing enough unemployment insurance to prevent poverty. Gender roles and homophobia. The discussion of gender roles and homophobia in chapters 2 and 3 has implications for the prevention of violence that I want to emphasize here, because I think that it has not usually been noticed or acknowledged that decisions we make on these issues can have an impact on the level of violence in our society. The general principle here is clear. Anything that will reduce the artificial and exaggerated polarization of gender roles and the irrational fear, hatred, and contempt felt and expressed towards homosexuals will help to prevent violence, because those are among the main causes of violence, and not only or even primarily towards women or gays. In line with my contention that we simply need to stop doing the things we are doing that cause violence, it is relevant to notice that there are now several areas in our public life in which major institutions are actively supporting gender asymmetry and discrimination against homosexuals. The military still has arbitrary rules that vary people's access to military roles based on their gender or sexual orientation, rather than the basis of their individual abilities and wishes. These rules are made by governments, which in a democracy means all of us collectively, and can be repealed by governments. Traditionally, only men were conscripted against their will into the military, and even after women were allowed to join the military voluntarily, participation in combat was restricted more or less exclusively to men. Both these practices help to maintain the traditional gender role asymmetries that stimulate and perpetuate violence in society. Some religious sects restrict access to membership in the clergy, and in some cases to membership in the congregation based on gender or sexual orientation. While it is not appropriate for the government to repeal these rules, the religious bodies themselves can. Nothing could give more support to the commandment, "Thou shalt not kill." In debates over these issues, it is seldom noticed that they are relevant to the issue of preventing violence. In my discussion of these issues, I'm attempting to focus on actions that could be taken, or rather violence-provoking policies that could be discontinued, by people in positions of power in the government, the military, the churches, and the synagogues and mosques, and so on. I'm trying to find the strategic levers in society that influence people's attitudes on a mass scale. The major public institutions of our society serve as the moral teachers of the public. The values that they express through their rules and behaviors cannot help but influence the private behavior of the millions of people who respect those institutions and look to them for guidance as to how to live with other people. And this is where white supremacy and the framework of white supremacy and the acknowledgement and awareness of the framework of white supremacy in our society is so powerful and important to understand. And I'm going to read this again for that very reason. The major public institutions of our society serve as the moral teachers of the public. The values that they express through their rules and behaviors cannot help but influence the private behavior of the millions of people who respect those institutions and look to them for guidance as to how to live with other people. And this is whether consciously or unconsciously, because these are things that are conditioned into us from birth. They are conditioned by our parents, our friends, our schools, our general public where we go out to shop, commercials. I mean, it's built into everything. And that's why this has been such a huge issue. And it does need to be changed. It absolutely needs to be changed. But it doesn't need to be changed while pointing fingers at other people as individuals and saying, you are the cause of this. Because we are not, as individuals, the cause of it. If you're growing up in a collective society, you're going to have influences. And those influences are going to affect you whether you want them to affect you or not. The only difference is if your awareness level is higher, if you've educated yourself, if you've done research, if you've said to yourself, this doesn't really feel right, or I don't really like the way this is going, and you start to question this framework and these conditioned practices in our society. And you start to pick it apart and start to say, okay, this has been affecting me and this has been affecting everybody, whether or not we even knew that we were being affected by it. You're brought into these systems, you're born into these systems without having any control over changing them, and that only happens as you become an adult. And by that time, people are pointing the finger at you saying, this is your fault. It is not your fault, okay? It is the fault of our collective society, and especially of the government, which is holding these things into place and continuing to perpetuate them. But the average individual who is not an abject racist is not responsible. What they are responsible for is their level of awareness, the research that they do to gain more awareness, and the choices that they make from that point on. So, and then this is why when we're dealing with children especially, we say, racism isn't something that you're born feeling. It's something that you're taught. Violence toward children. Among other policies that would prevent violence in which it is in the power of governments to adopt, eliminating legally permitted or even mandated violence toward children would be high on my list. It is time for every country on earth to follow Sweden and the other northern European countries in declaring it illegal for an adult to strike a child. Children sometimes need to be physically restrained, and this is part of what our society is fucked up with, because you're not allowed to restrain a child, but you're allowed to spank a child, when actual restraint would be a better, wiser choice. Children sometimes need to be physically restrained, for example, if they're running into traffic, assaulting another child, or will not respond to words alone. But one never needs to strike a child in order to restrain him or for any other reason. We know that the more children are hit, the more they hit others, and we know that the more they are disciplined with love-oriented techniques and verbal reasoning, the less violently they themselves behave, both as children and as adults. And this is science that's backing this up. So there's what works and there's what doesn't work. And there's what works in the moment and what feels like it's working in the moment, but what actually ends up causing more problems later on. Naturally, it goes without saying that even more extreme forms of physical violence toward children, such as genital mutilation and capital punishment, or charging children as adults, they are not. Their brains are not finished developing. They are subjected to influences and forces in the adult world that they do not understand. And to punish a child as an adult is just wrong. It is wrong. Which is why juvenile lifers are considered unconstitutional in the state of Michigan, for example. The UK, like every other Western democracy except the US, has abolished capital punishment for all ages. Many other countries prescribe the death penalty for adults, but the US is one of only 6 nations on earth today that still executes children as young as 16. Clearly, discontinuing this policy would end one practice that is a statement to every parent and child in the country that it is morally and legally permissible to express disapproval of children by killing them. Restricting media violence is a big thing too. One paradox in current censorship is that we are much more active about restricting access to sexual content than to depictions of violence. Apparently, there's a consensus that it is acceptable to allow children to see people murdering or assaulting each other in the most brutal fashion on a daily basis, whereas it would be morally shocking and unacceptable to allow them to see 2 people making love. I'm not arguing that either kind of program or film is appropriate for a child, but the distinction we are making here seems to say that murder as entertainment is acceptable, but sex is not. Why should we allow children to watch violence when we do not allow them to watch erotica? Definitive end to the production and distribution of this pornography of violence will only occur when people stop wanting to watch it, and that only when they are well educated enough and emotionally secure and mature enough to recognize the difference between mindless mayhem and thoughtful and moving drama. All right, I have to go to work now, so I'm going to finish this chapter in the next section on preventing violence educational. It's actually quite a long chapter also. So I'm going to end this for now. Please watch my next video on preventing violence educational part 8. And thank you so much for tuning in. And I hope that you got a lot from this video and that you'll continue to watch. Thank you. All right, this is Violence Prevention Part 8. Violence Prevention Educational. And I am picking back up at Universal Access to Free Higher Education. Education is one of the most powerful tools for acquiring self-esteem, and since self-esteem is the most powerful psychological force that prevents violence, it is not surprising that level of education is one of the strongest predictors of whether or not a person will be violent. A few years ago, my colleagues and I conducted a study to determine what programs in the Massachusetts prison system were most effective in preventing recidivism or reoffending among prisoners after they are discharged and returned to the community. The only one that we found to have been 100% successful up to that time was a program of free higher education that enabled prisoners to acquire a college degree. Over a 25-year period, more than 200 inmates, most of whom were serving time for the most serious violent crimes, including murder, rape, and armed robbery, had received a college degree and then left prison, and not one had been returned for a new crime. At first, I thought we had made a mistake and missed someone. Then I discovered that the state of Indiana had found exactly the same result, and so had Folsom State Prison in California. Not one prisoner who had acquired a college degree while in prison had been reincarcerated for a new crime. Now, nothing is 100% forever or under all circumstances, and the success rate for such programs is not that high everywhere. But many surveys have been done throughout the U.S. that have confirmed that higher education reduces rates of recidivism far more than could be due to chance, and far more effectively than any other single program. As a follow-up to our own study, we discovered that finally, some 30 years after the first inmates were graduated, 2 have been returned to prison. That is less than a 1% recidivism rate over a 30-year period, which compares to national recidivism rates of 65% within 3 years of leaving prison. Strictly speaking, free higher education for inmates is an example of what would be called tertiary, not primary, prevention of violence. But I'm discussing it in this chapter because I believe the principle it illustrates is relevant to the entire population, not just those who have already become violent. Where do we go from here? A century and a half ago, we discovered that cleaning up the water supply in the sewer system was far more effective in preventing physical disease than all the doctors, medicines, and hospitals in the world. What we need to learn during the coming century is that cleaning up our social and economic system by reducing the shame-provoking inequities in social and economic status will do far more to prevent physical violence than all the police, prisons, and punishments, and may I add, tanks, guns, and LRADs in the world. All the prison psychiatrists we could possibly hire, and all the armies, armaments, and Armageddons we could mobilize. There you have it. What is at issue here is relative poverty, not absolute poverty. Inferiority is a relative concept. When everyone's poor together, there is no shame in being poor. As Marx said, it is not living in a hovel that causes people to feel ashamed. It is living in a hovel next to a palace. And as he also said, shame is the emotion of revolution, i.e. of violence. But one does not have to be a Marxist or subscribe to everything he said. And by the way, revolution does not always equal violence, just for the record. I believe in revolution, and I do not believe in violence. But one does not have to be a Marxist or subscribe to everything he said in order to see how correct his insight was. Adam Smith, Amartya Sen, and other non-Marxist economists have seen the same things. In his latest book, Professor Sen, in Development as Freedom, 1999, emphasized how profound the psychological injuries are that are caused by unemployment and by relative poverty. These do not merely cause economic damage to people, they also wound them emotionally. Among its manifold effects, he points out, unemployment contributes to social exclusion, to losses of self-reliance, self-confidence, and psychological and physical health. And he reminds us that Adam Smith saw that economic inequality, relative deprivation in terms of income and wealth, can cause absolute deprivation when it exposes people to crippling and disabling intensities of shame. For example, he quotes Smith's comment that leather shoes are not a physical necessity, but they can be a social and psychological one, since anyone would be ashamed to appear in public without them. No one who has seen violent teenagers who will kill each other over a pair of sneakers, as I have, can doubt the importance and validity of what Professor Sen and Adam Smith are talking about. Shakespeare also saw the difference between absolute and relative deprivation, and how devastating the latter can be to a person's sense of his basic human dignity when he has Lear cry, "Oh, reason not the need, our basest beggars are in the poorest thing superfluous, allow not nature more than nature needs, man's life is cheap as beasts." But how can we go about eliminating relative poverty? Clearly, education is relevant and important, and making it freely available to everyone can only help. But that alone will not solve the problem. I say that because I have worked with the most violent criminals our society produces, and I've heard politicians like John Major in the UK and his counterparts in the US say that what we need to do to solve the problem of crime and violence is to teach criminals to learn the difference between right and wrong. In other words, we need to teach them to recognize the difference between justice and injustice and to pursue the former and eschew the latter. But what the politicians who mouth these sentiments do not realize is that the violent criminals are perfectly aware of the difference between right and wrong and justice and injustice. They realize that they have been victims of injustice, most of all from those who preach to them most loudly about it. And they commit their crimes in order to achieve some measure of justice by taking something back from a society that has subjected them to a degree of deprivation to which it does not subject others. And I've experienced this, and that was part of the taking over of my home. For example, how can we as a society say that we have something to teach about justice when we permit the perpetuation of an economic system in which some people inherit millions of pounds while most people inherit nothing? How can we speak of equality of opportunity under those conditions? Violent criminals are not violent because they are dumb, out of touch with reality, or unable to recognize hypocrisy, dishonesty, and injustice when they see it. They are violent precisely because they are aware of the hypocrisy, dishonesty, and injustice that surrounds them and of which they have been the victims. That does not mean that they respond to those conditions in a rational or just way, or that we should tolerate and permit their violence, which affects their fellow victims much more often than it does their oppressors. But it does mean that we cannot expect to stop the kind of violence that we call crime until we stop the kind of violence that I have called structural violence. 1999. Obviously, that's another book that he wrote. By this, I mean the deaths and disabilities that are caused by the economic structure of our society, its division into rich and poor. Structural violence is not only the main form of violence, in the sense that poverty kills more people, far more people, almost all of them very poor, than all of the behavioral violence put together. It is also the main cause of violent behavior. Eliminating structural violence means eliminating relative poverty. So how can we do that? There's an old saying that the cure for poverty is money. Since there are two forms of relative poverty, inequities in wealth and in income, we will need to deal with both. Inequities in wealth can be dealt with during the lifetimes of the wealthy by means of a wealth tax, and after their lifetimes by means of an inheritance or estate tax, with the proceeds in either case distributed to those with less wealth. Inequities in income can be dealt with by means of a negative income tax, in which people whose incomes are below the cutoff point pay no taxes but instead receive money from the taxes paid by those with higher incomes, similar to an earned income credit. This strategy has been utilized on a small scale in the U.S., where it has been described by some scholars as being one of the most effective anti-poverty programs in U.S. history, along with the Social Security system that has lifted many of the elderly and disabled out of poverty. It has several advantages over more traditional welfare systems, of which the one most relevant to our discussion is that it spares the recipients from the humiliation often attendant on visits to welfare offices. My point here is not that those are the only or even necessarily the best ways to alleviate the inequities in income and wealth that create feelings of injustice, envy, inferiority, and hostility, but simply to point out that there are ways to do it. They have been tried, and some of them seem to work. In principle, there is no limit to the degree to which income and wealth could be equalized. The degree to which we choose to equalize them could be decided on in part by another principle, which is that the more they were equalized, the lower the level of violence we would expect as a result. Ultimately, then, we would be left with the same question with which we started this discussion. How seriously and completely do we want to prevent violence? And how high a price are we willing to pay in order to do so? The choice is ours. There would, of course, be many objections to such a plan, especially from the wealthy. But there is one objection that might be worth discussing here, namely, that the more we equalized income and wealth, the more we would destroy people's incentives to work. That is an argument which, if you examine it more closely, is applied only to the poor, not to the rich. The traditional defense of class stratification and the existence of a leisure class, ever since the rise of civilization, from both Plato and Aristotle, as well as from the more recent social thinkers, is that a leisure class is needed in order to have the time and energy for the specialized intellectual development and technological skills that are necessary preconditions for civilization. And leisure class has always meant a group with a guaranteed income, i.e., those who did not have to work for a living. Then you see this in the fact that when we're stuck in survival mode, we're literally stuck in the reptilian brain, which is a block to higher thinking. Implicit in this argument is the assumption, which I happen to think is correct, as I think the history and development of civilization proves, that when people are freed from the necessity to work, that is, when work is freely chosen, rather than slavery or wage slavery, i.e. work or starve, they do not just vegetate in a state of passivity and dependency. Rather, they engage in much more creative work. So it's not that everyone would just become lazy and lay around. It would be that they would actually have access to do things that they really would like to do as work. And of course, they'd apply themselves much more thoroughly and passionately because they would be doing something that they really wanted to do. Coercion creates an incentive for passive aggressiveness because when overpowered and helpless, there is no other way to express the minimal degree of autonomy that people need in order to maintain any semblance of self-esteem, dignity, and pride. Furthermore, when work is a means to an end, working in order to eat, then it is, in Marxist terms, alienated labor. Labor can only be liberated from alienation when work is an end in itself, entered into freely as the expression of spontaneous and voluntary creativity, curiosity, playfulness, initiative, and sociability. That is, the sense of solidarity with the community, the fulfillment of one's true and essential human nature as social and political animals, to be fulfilled and made human by their full participation in a culture. So to be able to contribute in the way that you feel passionate about contributing is so important. In short, the contradiction in the old defense of class stratification is that it defends leisure for the leisure class, but not for the underclass. With reference to the underclass, leisure is said to destroy the incentive to work, leads to slothfulness and self-indulgence, and retards cognitive and moral development, which is a load of crap. When applied to the leisure class, the concept evokes an image of Plato and Aristotle, whose leisure was based on slave labor, creating the intellectual foundations of Western civilization. Or patrician slave owners like Washington and Jefferson laying the foundations of American civilization, or creative aristocrats like Count Leo Tolstoy or Bertrand Earl Russell, or even closer to home, of our own sons and daughters, or of ourselves when we were young adults, being freed from the stultifying tasks of earning a living until well into our adult years so that we could study in expensive universities to gain specialized knowledge and skills. As we enter the new millennium, perhaps it is worth reflecting on the fact that this could be a turning point in the evolution of civilization, for our technologies have evolved to the point where there is no longer a need for an underclass of slave serfs and wage slaves. This division of society into a hierarchical order of upper and lower social classes did not exist until civilization was invented. The low level of technological development made this necessary to allow a class of specialists, mathematicians, inventors, poets, scientists, philosophers, the leisure for the creative work that is a prerequisite for the creation, maintenance, and further development of civilization. But slaves and underclasses are no longer needed in order to free up enough leisure time and energy for the elite to do work that is creative rather than alienated. Therefore, we no longer need social classes and their concomitant relative poverty and economic inequality and their concomitant violence. If we permit ourselves, and by ourselves I mean all of us, all human beings, to enjoy the fruits of the creative labor that has preceded us, we could create a society that would no longer need violence as the only means of rescuing self-esteem. Implicit in this argument is the idea that money is neither a necessary incentive, tongue-tied, sorry, a necessary incentive for creative work, nor the main incentive. The play that infants and children engage in is clearly an inborn, inherent trait of human beings. Play has been called the work that children do, the means by which they acquire the skills and knowledge that enable them to develop and mature into adults. Play has also been described, when applied to adults, as simply another name for work that one enjoys. We could use the word to refer to unalienated labor, creative work, work that is an end in itself. I believe that the wish and the need to engage in this creative work play is only conditioned out of human beings by the alienating conditions to which the underclass and even the middle class in our society are subjected. There's a large body of empirical research that is relevant to this. One category consists of psychological experiments reviewed and summarized by Cohn in Studies Find Reward 1987 that call into question the widespread belief that money is an effective and even necessary way to motivate people. Consensus has emerged from major psychology departments throughout the U.S. that creativity, interest, subjective satisfaction, persistence, and overall productivity all decline when a task is done for the sake of an external, extrinsic reward. The only sphere in which material rewards do seem to be necessary is that of the dull jobs that make very little use of their abilities. But that is precisely the type of work that is much less necessary now that technology has created robots and servo mechanisms. The time may have come to ask whether the price we pay in violence and unhappiness is worth the reward of keeping some groups of people in menial jobs that we could easily do without. Another relevant research program consists of studies investigating the degree of satisfaction or happiness that whole groups of people experience under differing conditions of income distribution. The consensus is that people located at every point on the status scale in the unequal income communities, whether at, above, or below the average, reported less personal happiness and subjective satisfaction than those in communities in which income was distributed equally. A third field of research has compared productivity in the U.S. with the relatively egalitarian welfare states of Western Europe. The consensus has been that productivity growth since World War II has been much faster in Europe than in the United States. But since someone dismissed this finding as showing that it is easier to increase productivity when you start from a lower base, as did Europe after the devastation of the war, it should also be noted that more recent data show that several European countries, including France, Germany, the Netherlands, and Belgium, have matched or even exceeded the United States productivity levels. Wow. And among the OECD nations as a whole, Glynn and Miliband in Paying for Inequality 1994 have reported that those with the fastest increases in productivity tend to be those with narrower income differences. If all we were concerned about was preventing violence, it would not matter whether productivity diminished as wealth and income equalized. We would feel that preventing violence was so important that it was worth the sacrifice of some growth in overall gross domestic product. At least we would all be poor together and suffer less shame and less violence. But it is relevant in the real world to ask how high the price will be to society if we become more egalitarian. Violence is not all that people care about, though if it increases as much in the next century as it did in the last, preventing violence will turn out to be so important as to make all other considerations irrelevant. And as I read this, Trump is sending troops to Detroit to crack down on crime. So there's going to be a lot more people sitting in cells in the next weeks to come. Thank you. The most extreme evidence for that might be the experience of the third world countries. So as not to shame these states, they are now conventionally referred to as developing countries rather than undeveloped ones. This is little more than a cruel euphemism for many of them. The sad reality is not only that they are not developing but are actually underdeveloping, getting poorer. Is that because they are too egalitarian? On the contrary, by far the greatest degree of both economic inequity and violence in the world is found in the third world countries, whose populations typically consist of a tiny oligarchy of extremely wealthy rulers, a vast majority of starving peasants, and no middle class. In comparison, even the United States looks like a peaceful social democracy. If economic inequity were a prerequisite for economic growth, one would expect these countries to be growing by leaps and bounds. Instead, they are regressing, and that is because our country sets up puppet dictators, and the people are forced to work for slave wages in order for riches to be sent to our country and resources. And the people who live over there, their property is held carrot and stick from them. And how are they supposed to get it back? By being slave wage servants? No, it's not right. If we look at the group as a whole, we would have to conclude that the higher the degree of economic inequity in a society, the lower its productivity and rate of overall economic growth. Unequal societies are not only the most violent, they are also the least productive. Chapter 6, Secondary Prevention, Early Intervention. The secondary prevention of physical illness consists of identifying the individuals who are at increased risk of becoming ill, such as those with high blood pressure or elevated serum cholesterol levels, and intervening to remove, diminish, or neutralize the risk factor before they become ill. Exactly the same principles apply to the secondary prevention of violence. In this chapter, I will briefly summarize a variety of such programs that have been adopted and found to be effective. Secondary prevention, like primary, is more effective in absolute terms and also more cost effective, more benefits per money spent than punishment after people have already committed an act of serious violence. Even more importantly, the most significant help we can give victims is to prevent their being victimized in the first place. This is partly why it is so, in other words, if everybody wasn't so desperate and they had the basic things they needed, they wouldn't probably feel the need to stick anybody up for their life. This is partly why it is so important to shift the emphasis of our public investments concerning violence away from the current wasteful and ineffective overemphasis on police, prisons, and punishments, and toward early intervention before people have become violent. Some of the most rigorous research on the secondary prevention of violence has been conducted by the RAND Corporation of California. And the reference is Diverting Children from a Life of Crime, written in 1996. For example, they have been able to document the effectiveness of 2 programs designed to prevent the development of future violence in a demographic group that was statistically at increased risk, children of mothers who were young, single, and poor. The first program consisted of training for parents and psychotherapy for families with young children who have shown aggressive behavior in school. The second was a program of providing cash and other incentives to induce disadvantaged high school students to graduate. They then compared the arrest rates of these children over the years as they grew up with those of control groups that had the same demographic characteristics in order to calculate how many crimes the interventions had succeeded in averting. Finally, they compared the effectiveness of these programs with that of the 3 strikes law in California, which mandates a life sentence in prison for anyone who is convicted of a 3rd felony. What they concluded was that the 2 prevention programs reduced the crime rate by approximately the same amount that the 3 strikes law had, about 20%, but at only about 1/6 of the cost, and of course without having to imprison anyone. That brings us to another extremely important method of secondary prevention, governmentally provided support for parents with young children. One of the most powerful reasons that being born to a single mother in the United States leads to higher arrest rates later in life is because that family situation is so likely to be associated with poverty. For example, in the U.S. in 1994, 59% of children in single-parent families were living and all too often dying in relative poverty, as compared with only 13% of those living with 2 parents. Relative poverty is defined in this study as having 50% or less of the national median adjusted disposable personal income, which includes the benefits received from government welfare programs. That neither of those levels of child poverty is necessary can be seen by the fact that the U.S. rate of poverty among single-parent children is exactly twice as high as the average among 14 countries of Western Europe, including the UK, where it is at 29%. For that matter, the U.S. rate of poverty among 2-parent families is also almost twice as high as it is in Western Europe, 13% versus 7.5%. Why is this? One major reason is because virtually every Western European country provides family allowances for families with children, whether they have 1 or 2 parents. The effect of this policy and of all the other governmental redistribution programs is that the European social democracies succeed in reducing the rates of relative poverty among children by an average of 48% from what it would be without these programs, whereas the U.S. reduces child poverty rates by only 13%. Preschool educational programs such as Head Start and the Perry Preschool program have also been shown to reduce later delinquency and crime, as well as having many other desirable effects. Some studies have indicated that taxpayers save $4 for everyone spent on such programs because of the rates of future arrests, imprisonment, unemployment, welfare dependency, and so on are so much lower among those who have attended preschool programs. Aw. They make them into good tools for the state. Good followers. One, pardon me. Education's a good thing. Once children are in school, programs teaching them how to resolve conflicts peacefully appear to reduce the rate of future violence. And despite the fact that some politicians apparently believed that the high-risk youths who live in the poverty-stricken inner-city ghettos were beyond salvation, and therefore ridiculed the provision of supervised after-school recreational activities as so much midnight basketball, implying that they were a waste of taxpayers' money, the fact is that such programs have been among the most dramatically successful in reducing the rates of teenage crime and violence. Most criminal behavior among school-age youth occurs, not surprisingly, in the hours following the end of the school day, from 3 p.m. on. So targeting those hours as the time to provide supervised activities, coaching, and teaching in sports, music, art, drama, and so on was not only logical, it has also been successful. Children who witness violence in their families or neighborhoods are also at increased risk of becoming violent themselves. In order to prevent this from happening, a group of child psychiatrists and psychoanalysts at the Child Study Center at Yale, under the leadership of Donald Cohen and Steve Morans, have entered into a partnership with the New Haven Police Department, under the terms of which the police notify the center whenever a violent or traumatic incident has occurred to which a child was exposed, day or night. When that happens, a member of the center staff immediately goes to the site of the incident, interviews the child and other family members, and arranges for follow-up consultations and interventions as needed. The program is still being developed, and it'll be some time before it's possible to evaluate its success, but it certainly exemplifies a logical and innovative response to a type of situation that's well known to predict future violence. That program also exemplifies another innovative development in violence prevention, in which the New Haven police were among the first to implement community policing, i.e., training and encouraging police officers to develop ongoing relationships with the neighborhood residents for whom they work, getting to know their problems and learning how to help solve them proactively rather than simply waiting for a crime to occur and then reacting by arresting someone. There you go. This approach has been followed by declining crime rates in a number of different cities in which it has been tried. What is notable about it is that it redefines the professional role of the police officer so as to incorporate many elements of what traditionally has been called social work or community psychiatry, and it appears to be much more successful than traditional police practices. Child abuse is another well-known cause of increased risk of future violence. Two responses are important in order to reduce this risk: preventing the child abuse itself, and where that has not been possible, intervening so as to help children exposed to this type of trauma recover from it without going on to become violent themselves. Most developed nations have a child abuse notification system that mandates reporting to a central registry whenever doctors, teachers, or other adults become aware of a case of child abuse or have reason to suspect it. While child abuse itself has not disappeared as a result, on the contrary, the number of reported and substantiated cases has increased over the years, at least in the United States. The number of cases of fatal child abuse have declined by 50%. So it seems that the system is helping, at least in that important respect. In fact, both the reporting system and the widespread public education that is part of it have probably played a major part in that decline. But of course, merely reporting child abuse after it has occurred is not as desirable as preventing it. In that regard, it is relevant to know that fatal child abuse is 60 times more common in families with incomes under $15,000 than it is in those with incomes over $30,000. In other words, the more poor that you are, the more likely you are to be a victim of child abuse when you were a child. And virtually every other variety of child abuse appears to be much more common in the poorer families than in the more affluent. So in this context also, diminishing the inequity in incomes could be one of the most powerful means of preventing violence. providing home visits from nurses, social workers, etc., to mothers who are at increased risk of abusing their children, single, poor teenage mothers, to help them learn how to understand and raise their children, has also been shown to bring about significant decreases in the rate of child abuse. Mothers who have been abused in the past or are currently being beaten by their husbands or boyfriends are also at an increased risk of abusing their children. Therefore, providing them with counseling, psychotherapy, treatment for post-traumatic stress, or access to a shelter for battered women can help mother and also decrease the likelihood of her becoming violent towards her child. Drugs and violence. The last risk factor predicting increased likelihood of violent behavior is substance abuse. However, the reason for that correlation is widely misunderstood to mean that illicit drugs themselves cause violent behavior through their psychopharmacological effects on brain and behavior. In fact, the opposite is true. The source: Alcohol, Drugs of Abuse, Aggression, and Violence, and Understanding and Preventing Violence, 1994, Rice and Roth. Two of the most widely used illicit drugs actually inhibit or prevent violence. Their names are marijuana and heroin, and other opiates. People under the influence of these drugs are actually less likely to engage in violent behavior or otherwise identical conditions than people who are not under their influence. The effect of stimulant drugs, cocaine and the amphetamines, and crack on violent behavior is more complicated, but can be summed up by saying that they stimulate violence in some people, especially those with pre-existing borderline psychotic personality disorders who may become paranoid under the influence of these drugs. Inhibit it in others, such as children and young people with attention deficit disorder with hyperactivity and other problems, and have no discernible effect one way or the other on violent behavior for most people. And I would say that crack probably has the worst effect on violent behavior, because I believe that it directly does cause violent behavior because the person is in such a desperate, hyped up state trying to seek more, and I have seen it destroy. I know from personal experience, having a father who was on it for 30 years, that it is very destructive, and that it basically shuts down a person's conscience. Violence is not really a significant part of the problems created by the hallucinogenic drugs such as LSD or mescaline, nor do they cause a significant amount of the violence associated with drug use. Most of the violence associated with the use of illegal drugs is caused by the fact that the drugs have been made illegal, as a result of which their economic value has been greatly enhanced. One could even say subsidized by the government. And in countries where drugs have been legalized, it shows that the rates of usage actually go down, as does the crime level. So there's an enormous and extraordinarily lucrative market in these drugs, which, since they are illegal, cannot be regulated in the normal, peaceful way that markets for illegal commodities are regulated, that is, by the government. As a result of this, the drug dealers engage in extremely violent wars with each other to gain control over as much of the market as they can. That is what causes the vast majority of the violence associated with illegal drugs. The drugs themselves are not causing the violence. The legal system is causing it. The war on drugs is causing it by precipitating drug wars between drug dealers. That is why the most effective way to prevent the violence associated with the use of illegal drugs would be to treat them as a problem in public health and preventative medicine, which they are, and provide treatment for those who are addicted to them and stop treating them as a criminal problem. Most of the violence associated with the illegal drugs would end tomorrow. The Colombian drug cartel and the inner city drug gangs would go out of business if we decriminalized those drugs today. Ironically, the only drug that has been shown to stimulate violent behavior, and study after study after study, through its psychopharmacological effects on brain and behavior, is the one that is legal: alcohol. And the most dangerous drug of all, without any close competitors, the drug whose very use is an act of violence, since it kills both those who use it and those whom they expose to it, and kills incomparably more people than are killed in the gang wars precipitated by the illegal drugs, is another legal drug: tobacco. So the net effect of the drug laws has been to outlaw the drugs that prevent violence, legalize the ones that cause violence, legalize the other one whose use is an act of violence, precipitate violence over the sale of the illegal but violence-preventing drugs, subsidize an illegal drug industry, which as a result is powerful enough to destabilize several fragile third world countries, exacerbate the AIDS epidemic, and so on. Clearly, repealing these laws and providing treatment rather than punishment would be one of the most important and effective steps we could take in the secondary prevention of violence. The Rand Corporation, for example, found that the treatment of heavy users of drugs reduced serious crimes against both persons and property 10 times as much as conventional law enforcement did, and 15 times as much as mandatory minimum sentences. So treating it as a public health problem, and studies have shown that treating it as a public health problem is much more effective. And not surprisingly, treatment was also vastly more effective in reducing cocaine consumption than either conventional law enforcement or mandatory minimum sentences. And I'm going to stop here at chapter 7. And I will continue on with Violence Prevention Educational 9 at a later date. Thank you very much for your time and listening.
Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us, above us only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Imagine there's no countries. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for, and no religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will be as one. Imagine no possessions. I wonder if you can. No need for greed or hunger, a brotherhood of man. Imagine all the people living for today. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us,